Good morning, good afternoon. A very warm welcome from wherever you are joining us to this first session after the plenary of the Business and Human Rights in Asia Pacific this year. And I feel we have a very exciting topic we're going to be talking about today. The power of procurement, the power of women's entrepreneurship to create more inclusive value chains. And I'm really thrilled that we are going to have a really exciting panel, which you can see here on the screen. But before I introduce you to this really powerful woman, I'm going to start turning it over to you actually in the room. And I'm going to combine this a little bit with some housekeeping for today. So first of all, I'm going to be moderating this session today. My name is Katja Feiwald, and I am working at UN Women in our regional office here in Bangkok and leading a very exciting program which is called We Empower Asia. And We Empower Asia is also hosting this session today. It's a joint program together with the European Union, and I'm going to be sharing a little bit more about this in a second. But we would love to know who is joining us today and from where you are joining us. So this is a new platform that we are all using, and we're very excited about it. So I'm going to share you a little bit the technology about it. So there is on your right side a task icon. And this is a way where we can show you polls or word clouds. We're going to try to make this as interactive as possible. And we're going to be putting 2 questions in that task window for the moment. And the first question is going to be, we would love to know from where you're joining us. And the second question is really looking at from what kind of organization or type of sector you are joining at, business, CSOs, governments, etc. So to just allow us to get a little bit of a flavor who is in the room. Just for everyone's knowledge, this session is also broadcasted on YouTube, so we will have different audiences joining us, not only in that live stream here. We also know that we have many different nationalities joining us, so we do have also a translation function. If you go to the bottom of the screen, if you are at the live stream at the Business and Human Rights Forum platform, there is a floor icon, so a window which says floor. And you have a drop-down window where you can choose any language that you want to have the session translated into. Also, we do have a Q&A window. So again, at the right side, you will have a chat function which says Q&A. We will be collecting, and really we encourage sharing questions which we will collect till the end and during the panel, and hope we're going to be addressing as many as possible. I'm just looking at my technical colleagues if we have already people answering the poll for the moment, or if we want to keep that while we are waiting. Just everyone to know, I think we have been having a really great registration for the whole forum, and usually the audiences that are joining us here are mainly from the Asia and Pacific, from the different countries here, but we do have also guest speakers and participants from other regions across the world. And the forum itself, as the name says, is the Business and Human Rights Forum. And we expect a lot of businesses joining us today, but we do have also a quite broad registration base from other stakeholders, including our valuable partners, CSOs, governments, academia, etc. Do we have an answer already from the audience, or should we just get started and do a... there we see. So yeah, Southeast Asia seems to be quite prominent in the session. That's what we had also last year. I see also some representatives from Europe and North America, not to our surprise, considering that a lot of the value chains and the topic procurement probably touches many of them as well. And do we also know from what sectors people are joining us? Okay, interesting. Lots of civil society as well. And I guess a lot of the others, as we've seen in the first session already, are joining us also through our YouTube streaming or Facebook Live. Okay, let's kick this off for a good and exciting conversation about gender responsive procurement, a quite technical term. And what we would love to do is just kind of getting a little bit of an idea from the audience. Please to share us what comes to mind when we speak about gender responsive procurement, what words, ideas, concepts, approaches, what comes top of your mind hearing about gender responsive procurement, which I can share already a little bit, is in our region here less developed than in some of the other regions across the world. And we will be hearing a little bit more about this in a second. But just to kind of feel a little bit the pulse in the room, in the audience, what thoughts you have about gender responsive procurement. And no worries if people coming just new to this, we will be discussing a lot, and I'm sure your knowledge will be also getting new perspective, women-owned businesses, equity, support. And we will be hearing about women-owned businesses today. We have an exciting founder with us of a really exciting business who we'll be hearing from. Diversity, yes, we're going to be speaking about supplier diversity. I'm really excited to have some large companies also represented today. I'm just going to share, it's not only about business, it's going to be also about procurement and the public sector. We will be having also great speakers from the Indonesian government with us today. I think that's going to probably fill up still a little bit. I'm a bit mindful of time, and I guess you are probably all more interested in listening more and hearing more what we have to say and really see what gender responsive procurement looks like in our region for the moment. As I said, just quickly a little bit of context why we are organizing this session on behalf of We Empower Asia, because our program, as I said before, is funded by the European Union and has a very strong objectives to increase women's economic participation across the value chains, these trade chains between Asia and Europe, or Europe and Asia. And obviously that calls out for a lot of procurement discussions. There's a lot of buying ongoing, selling and buying in these large chains. And what I would like to do is to really give us a perspective on how also gender responsive procurement does fit largely in the business and human rights agenda, or particularly also in the sustainable development agenda. And I think everyone who is interested in gender equality and everyone who is interested in the sustainable development goals know that SDG 5 gender equality is a cross-cutting SDG that we need to achieve the full agenda 2030. However, I just want to also point out that gender responsive procurement is not only a discussion about gender equality. It has huge impact also on achieving our decent work agenda, SDG 8 and also SDG 12 on sustainable consumption. So gender responsive procurement is an important topic in the wider SDG agenda. We don't want to bother today, and sorry for the slides, it's a little bit delayed, Ms. Asper. What I don't want to get into today is a large discussion about definitions. And this is one of the things that we see and research for the moment in the region, that there are different definitions of gender responsive procurement. And for the sake of today's session, we're going to really follow the definition on gender responsive procurement is the sustainable selection of services and goods that considers the impact on gender equality and women's empowerment. So that's the wider frame on gender responsive procurement. And we're going to be looking into sourcing from women-owned enterprises on the one hand, which is a big part of gender responsive procurement. But we're also going to be speaking about gender responsive suppliers, supplier diversity, which is really sourcing from any kind of enterprise and looking how they embrace gender equality into their operations. So with no further ado, and I think definitions are boring but are important, and I'm really having the pleasure now to introduce a much more exciting speaker from a very exciting organization who has been really driving the agenda on gender responsive procurement, not only in Asia Pacific, but globally. So I'm really pleased to introduce the Regional Director for WeConnect, Minnie Venkatachalam. Minnie, we're really thrilled to have you with us. You're spearheading such an important agenda, and I'll just hand it over to you and enlighten us a little bit on where do we stand in Asia Pacific when it comes to gender responsive procurement. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Katya, and welcome everybody. So my name is Minnie, and I'm the Regional Director for WeConnect International, which is a global nonprofit that works on supplier diversity and focuses on women-owned businesses. If I could go to the next slide, please. So why do we focus on women and why women? So all the research has shown that women are the the next emerging economy. They are the 40% of the world's businesses are women owned. Women as consumers make 85% of consumer purchasing decisions and are the target audience for most large organizations, as well as the fact that organizations that have at least one female founder perform 63% better than companies with only male founders and are therefore stronger economically. They make better suppliers for larger corporations. Next slide, please. But let's go right down to Asia. Our research in Asia has shown that if we reach an equal number of women-owned businesses in Singapore, in just Singapore, that can add up to 90 billion to the economy, which is roughly 20% of GDP. Businesses owned by women entrepreneurs in India are likely to witness a 90% growth in the next 5 years and are therefore definitely the emerging market, as well as the e-commerce market could grow up to 280 billion between 2025 and 2030 just by increasing the number of female vendors on online platforms. Therefore, helping women-owned businesses grow, building that economy is beneficial to everyone, irrespective of which sector you come from. Let's go to the next slide, please. Unfortunately, even today, less than 1% of large corporate and government spend worldwide goes to women-owned businesses. And that's kind of crazy in 2021, when we all know and understand the value of investing in women and in the benefits of equality. Luckily, we are seeing a trend where more corporations are now seeing the value in buying from women-owned businesses. Next slide, please. So why do corporations do this? It's simple. A corporation that actually invests in a diverse supply chain spends 20% less on their procurement operations, but reaps 125% return on whatever they invested. At the same time, for every women-owned business that they give a contract to, that business grows 250%. And those businesses then go on to invest in their communities, which including, hiring more people from disadvantaged backgrounds, providing flexible working both to men and women, and thereby impacting their communities. So there is quite a large, impact, but it is ultimately just good business, because these businesses, it's not CSR, it's not let's feel sorry for women-owned businesses. They are really good at what you do. And investing in buying from women-owned businesses, being more inclusive in your supply chain, ensures that you have the most effective, the most agile, the most innovative supplier, and the most competitive for your supply chain, and therefore that you are getting value from your supply chain. You are mirroring your consumer database, because we know that women make the majority of consumer purchasing decisions. as well as you are building your brand in the community by investing in women-owned businesses. Next slide, please. Wonderful. So, we've worked with women, with a lot of corporations across Asia Pacific, and they are keen to do this, but they have certain criterion that they have shown that would be more beneficial to encourage them to source more from women-owned businesses. The first is government incentives and a commitment from governments to, encourage themselves, both in public procurement as well as, large corporations, to buy more from women-owned businesses. At this point in ASEAN, for example, we do not have any governments that have made that commitment. They need guidance on identification on how to set a baseline, how to set targets, and how to achieve them. Because currently that is a gap. They do not understand how to go about that and feel that there aren't enough databases out there that provide them with a structured definition of, women-owned and like a database of women-owned suppliers in all categories that they can find. They also feel that women-owned suppliers tend to be less financially stable, and this is indicated by the suppliers themselves that they find challenges in accessing financial services. So providing equal access to financial services for women-owned businesses, which is, credit, investment, etc., will help more women-owned businesses be sustainable suppliers to corporations across Asia Pacific. An important part of that is also ensuring that they have leadership from their, buy-in from their leadership, as well as their grant staff, and that they understand the value of buying from women-owned businesses. And that feeds into, of course, training for buyers on the business case of buying from women-owned businesses, and then the processes that can help simplify it, because many corporations in this region feel that the reason why they can't do it is because it will complicate their sourcing. It will cause them to have to develop new strategies or new procurement processes, which can be very intensive for them, and therefore they aren't very sure if they want to invest in this. But realistically, it is just about being more inclusive in their supply chains, and therefore training on what that means will help more corporations source. And the last thing is that a lot of corporations and women-owned businesses have identified the fact that they cannot clearly articulate the competitive advantage. So more training for the women-owned businesses in this space to understand those key requirements while accessing value chains, to understand what kind of processes they need to have in place to be a concrete supplier to a larger organization is needed. And that's some of the things that organizations here like ADB, UN Women, We Connect National are working on at this point. Like I said, We Connect National is very privileged to have started this conversation with many large corporations. Amy, could I ask for the next slide, please? So these are just a few of the organizations worldwide that have started conversations around sourcing from women-owned businesses. They have very developed conversations in the US, in Europe, and to some extent even in South Africa. But Asia is the next frontier, and they are slowly beginning their conversations in this region. And that's why we need to have that commitment, both at the government level and within local leadership, to buy more from women-owned businesses and for them to understand the business case for it. Next slide, please. One of the clear things, thank you, Amy. One of the clear things that a lot of corporations have identified as a need to show that women-owned businesses are indeed women-owned is some sort of public identification. This women-owned logo was created many years ago in partnership with Walmart, who saw that when this logo was used, customers were 65% more likely to buy from women-owned businesses because they wanted to support that, because they felt that connection. And so this is the logo that certified women-owned businesses around the world use to identify themselves as women-owned and to highlight themselves to larger organizations like the many who are on this call today. Next slide, please. These are just a few of the amazing women-owned businesses that we know of in Asia Pacific. Gimli Global is one of the world's largest fabric producers. They supply to all of the large organizations, and it's headed by one woman, Madam Estina, who's in this photo, who founded this, many, many years ago with just 12 sewing machines and has grown this into a large corporation across Asia Pacific with factories in every country that provide local employment in all of the countries they source from, but also supply to. Akanksha from PM Relocations is one of the first women to actually head a relocations company that she owns herself. And she is one of the key motivators in actually enabling access to essential supplies in India at this moment. She's entirely pro bono. They are ensuring that all essential supplies are accessible to everybody across India. Organization Solutions has been around for 21 years. They're based in Singapore, and they have been helping large corporations mentor and grow their staff for 21 years. They are extremely well renowned and have just launched a wonderful product that makes it even easier for corporations to work with them. So these women-owned businesses, they didn't start these businesses because, out of necessity. They started because they know that they are really good at what they do, and they wanted to grow businesses and work with large corporations, work with everyone around the world to bring that value. And that is why you need to invest in women-owned businesses, especially in Asia Pacific, because we have a very large, very qualified women-owned businesses who are just waiting to work with large organizations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Minnie, for giving us that perspective, and then also that wide perspective, not only looking at sourcing from companies, but really the wider ecosystem perspective, also to include governments and the joint responsibility of multiple stakeholders. And I think it will be great to take some of your findings and learnings that you have shared and some of the facts and figures to really take them forward to our discussion with what I said before, a really exciting panel that we do have today. And it's actually quite unusual, I think, if we speak with representatives of procurement departments and supply chain departments, that we do have such a rich representation of women. Normally that conversation does look a little bit less gender balanced in the other direction. So but I'm really grateful to have these women from the different sectors here today to shine a little bit light on what they are currently doing. How can we really move that needle to shift from the 1% unbelievable number of procurement spent towards women-owned businesses? Let me just quickly introduce the panel as a whole, and then I will go to each speaker individually and just share and get to know them a little bit better and what their organizations are doing. So you have heard from many already, but we do have also great representation with us today from the Indonesian government. A very warm welcome, Ibu Anita Caroline, who is with the Indonesian government and particularly a policy analyst in the Indonesia National Board for Public Procurement. We do have a dear colleague, Kekono Vaska from the Asian Development Bank from ADB, who will be shining a light on what ADB is doing in the space of gender responsive procurement. I'm extremely excited that we do have Kanaki Rani with us, who is an entrepreneur and founder herself in the fashion industry, and will have to share a really interesting perspective of her own business and the development of that business, and see what of the challenges that Minnie mentioned are really true and what have you seen in your own career. And the panel would not be complete if we would not be also looking at large multinational corporations. And I'm thrilled to have Nusra Tanke with us today, who is the Regional Procurement Director for Unilever, and will be sharing a little bit more about Unilever's new exciting commitments towards gender responsive procurement. But before we do this, as I said before, we really do want to see your engagement, at least for the ones that are in the streaming room and not at YouTube, the ones that really can use the Q&A and the tasks function, as I explained in the beginning. We're going to open up a word cloud throughout the whole panel, where we would like to ask you a bit more, what do you feel needs to be done to move the needle from 1% current gender responsive procurement spend to really accelerate this? And I'm sure we will be hearing an answer to that question from some of our panelists throughout, but please feel free and add this into the chat. We're going to come back to this at the end of the session and really want to use this for a joint Q&A and discussion around what actually are the recommendations that we should be taking forward. And with this, I'm going to turn it over and I'm going to start our conversation with Ibu Anita. Thanks for being here with us from Indonesia. Ibu Anita, we have heard from Minnie, who has shared a little bit more with us about the opportunities that government has to also advance gender responsive procurement in a twofold way. On the one hand, as a procurement organization themselves, government is procuring lots of services and products in different sectors. But on the other side, also does have the opportunity as an institution to provide incentives for more procurement spent towards women-owned businesses. I would love to just ask you and just come with a very simple question. If you could share us a little bit what the Indonesian government is actually doing for the moment on really, from who are you procuring and what kind of role does gender play when you make these procurement decisions? Over to you, Ibu.
Okay, thank you, Katja. Hello, everyone. I'm Anita from National Public Procurement Agency, Republic of Indonesia. And Indonesia, the National Public Procurement Agency called Lembaga Kebijakan Pengadaan Barang Jasa Indonesia. I would like first of all, I want to inform you about Indonesia government procurement. The scope of Indonesia government procurement, according to the Presidential Decree number 16, 2018, the executing institution are ministry, governmental agency, and sub-central or local government. And the government procurement source of financing are from state budget, short budget or sub-central budget, domestic loan or grants, and offshore loan or grants. And we classify of goods and services in government procurement in Indonesia into 4 types. They are goods, any object either tangible or intangible, movable or immovable, which can be traded, used, or utilized by the user. And the second, construction works, part or whole of activities which include construction, operation, maintenance, demolition, and reconstruction of a building. And the third, consultation service, professional services, which require particular expertise in various fields of science that prioritize the thinking power. And the last, it is other services, non-consultancy services or service that require equipment, especially methodologies and or skill in management system that is widely known in the business world to complete a work. The procurement profile, the Indonesian government procurement profile, it is increasing by the time. In 2020, the government spending, it is about 153.4 billion US dollar. And for the procurement spending, it's about 47.8 from the government spending. The amount is 73.3 billion US dollar. And this number is getting increased every year. And there is the significant number. In Indonesian government procurement, we have seven principles that we have to comply. The first one, efficient, effective, transparent, open, competitive, fair, and accountable. And we also have the purpose that which is stated in our regulation. They are having the proper good services for every penny spent, called value for money, by one, improving the use of domestic product. 2, increasing the participation of small medium enterprise. 3, enhancing the role of national business actor. 4, supporting the implementation of research and utilization of good services resulting from research. 5, supporting sustainable procurement. 6, to encourage economic equality. And 6, improving the participation of creative industry. After that, we also have the ethic in government procurement, that we have to follow the ethic that we rule. There are order and responsibility. Second, professional, independent, and confidential. The third, avoiding unfair competition. The fourth, compliance and accountable to contract. Fifth, avoiding a conflict of interest. 6, avoiding overspending. 7, avoiding misuse of authority. And 8, no gratification. About the vendors that we work in Indonesia government procurement, there are Indonesia procurement divide vendor type based on the amount of procurement package allocation. There are 2 types of vendor in government procurement. The first one is small, which can work on government procurement package with the budget selling up to 15 billion rupiah. And for the non-small, which can work on government procurement package with the budget selling above 15 billion rupiah. It is the huge number for the small also. And then in Indonesia procurement system, there are several categories of vendors. Namely, there are the biggest category is from wholesale and retail, vehicle reparation and maintenance, and then construction, and then rental service, lease without option right, employment, and other business support, and then agriculture, forestry, fisheries, and then profit. Yes.
Ibu
Yeah.
Anita, may I just interrupt you in
Yeah.
in the spirit of time?
Yeah.
Would you be able to share us a little bit, kind of in what of these areas? I mean, it's great to see that these values and really kind of looking at SMEs where we know many of them are women. What kind of role does gender play in making decisions to buy from these different kind of sectors and entities that you have shared? What role does gender play for the Indonesian government in these decisions?
Okay, thank you, Katja. Actually, in terms of regulation, there is no specific provision regarding gender-responsive procurement in Indonesia, as it is commonly used in procurement practice. Conduct of procurement highlight to basic principle as I mentioned before. In Indonesia, we have set policy for SME and national industry in government procurement, where we believe that those also applied in other countries. Nevertheless, as far as we concern, gender-responsive procurement practice are something new that we need to understand further. And we also plan these are what we try to do in order to pick low-hanging fruits for benefit of women on business in government procurement scheme. The first, we organize special batch to disseminate government procurement such as regulation, system information, procurement procedure, and etc. in vendor capacity building program, which also an opportunity to scale up participation of women and own business in government procurement. Secondly, we plan to identify of women-owned business and government procurement by updating vendor fields in e-procurement system and vendor directory application. Thirdly, we propose to conduct government procurement training specially for women-owned business in several batches in every year to LKPP or in PPA Education and Training Center. And the last, we seek to collaborate with Ministry of Women Empowerment and Child Protection and the Ministry of Cooperative and Small and Medium Enterprises to make special program in increasing the capacity of women-owned business to participate in the government procurement. I think that's all, Katja. I return to you.
Thank you so much, Ibu Anita, and I think that gives us a really good sort of view. And I think the one thing you mentioned, there are no policy provisions for the moment, but on the other side, I think the government is taking these practical steps around capacity building, for example. Just want to share, we've recently done a research, which is going to be launched tomorrow, actually, on reviewing different kind of policies when it comes to women's economic empowerment across value chains. And one of the findings that we have across ASEAN geographies, there are actually no governments that have gender responsive procurement policies in place. So that's what our landscaping found. So there is definitely a huge opportunity to advance this. But I'm pleased to see also that the practical action on the ground with particularly capacitating SMEs and women-owned businesses is something where I know Indonesia is really leading on. And I know our next panelist, Kiko from the Asian Development Bank, has been involved very much into that work in Indonesia. Kiko, very warm welcome for us to join into the conversation. And I know you are personally also very passionate about gender responsive procurement. Would you want to share with us a little bit, maybe just for context setting, in what role does ADB play, or what's the role of a development bank, just for the context, but then really very practical sharing how your work looks with the Indonesian government for the moment to start us off with. Over to you, Kiko.
Katja, and thank you also for the invitation to take part in this panel. It's already been very interesting and fascinating to listen from Indonesia and from my colleague in WeConnect, and that finding that you just announced, that there are no governments in the ASEAN region with a gender responsive procurement policy. It's disappointing, but at the same time, you have to see the silver lining. This is a great opportunity for development partners such as UN Women and ADB to push and to work with governments to do this, because we all see the importance. So in Indonesia, we've had a great track record in supporting the government over the last decade or so on women's financial inclusion, women's economic empowerment, which are kind of core to ADB's mandate as one of our operational priorities. And so very recently, last year, we supported through a JP Morgan grant in Indonesia the establishment of the first the first in the world to have a national financial inclusion strategy for women in Indonesia. And we see this as a very kind of pioneering and landmark document, which looks at kind of a full spectrum of women's financial inclusion. So looking at kind of the skills development, but also looking at women-owned businesses and also incorporating a focus on gender responsive procurement, because we understand that from skills to actually access to markets, there's a whole range of different activities, investments, policies and regulations that need to be in place to be able to support women and to even that very uneven playing field. One key achievement that we've already done in Indonesia last year was actually the adoption of the first national definition of women-owned business. So up to now, we don't know, just like in many other ASEAN countries and other countries in the Asia Pacific, we actually don't know how many women-owned SMEs there are, because we don't have a definition. And therefore, if you don't have a definition, and you were saying, Katja, this is boring, it's not boring. It's a fundamental foundation for being able to do our work. And so to be able to put something on a policy radar. So we are looking forward to continuing that work in Indonesia. We also look at issues such as consumer protection, we're also investing in kind of the fintech sector, looking at how through the private sector as well as the public sector, we can encourage more women MSMEs to enter this kind of very traditionally male-dominated sector. So looking for different opportunities there, and also exploring ways to really build on some of the activities that you mentioned on gender-responsive procurement already, or on procurement, and seeing how we can ensure that gender is part of that. And I'm looking forward to working further with the government of Indonesia on this. And to your point, Katja, about why would someone like ADB be interested in this? So we are very interested in women's entrepreneurship in general, women's entrepreneurship also. And for us, gender responsive procurement, we're at the beginning of that journey, but we see great potential, because procurement is really about access to markets. We have spent a lot of time over recent decades building up women's skills, women's business skills, financial literacy skills. We work very closely with financial institutions, whether that's in supply chain, finance, trade finance, or even private equity, working with different partners to make sure that they are producing gender responsive products and services so that they can outreach to women-owned businesses and to other female clients. So that's really important. But that whole question about the market, so we train women, and then what happens? So unfortunately, if we don't open up markets for them, and sometimes very kind of affirmative targets, such as gender responsive procurement, allows us to, as you said at the beginning, Katja, to move the cursor forward. So for us, gender responsive procurement is the new frontier for women's entrepreneurship, and we see great potential in being able to help women's businesses not just to start up, but to actually thrive and to scale up.
Great, thank you, Keiko. And I love these panels because I scribbled down also really kind of interesting findings for us. I really like the kind of procurement equals access to markets. I think that nails it actually really. And also what I think I would like to kind of dig a little bit deeper in is you've very nicely made this link also to financial inclusion, because it's not only like access to market by buying and selling, but really providing this enabling environment. And we do see there is a strong finance gap, particularly for women SMEs. We call this always the missing middle, actually, for really kind of, there's a lot of micro entrepreneurs that we see in the region, but there's that missing middle there. But speaking about finance and ADB being a development bank, you're providing loans. And I know you have been really kind of championing good practices in terms of how to combine provision of loans to private or public institution, but with a gender lens. Could you kind of give us a little bit more meat on the bone how that works to put a gender lens into these investments?
Thanks, Katja. So ADB works very closely with gender targets. So that's both in the public and private sector. So when we lend to a financial institution, either in the public or private sector, we see where are the entry points for gender. So if we're doing SME development, we say, okay, so much funding we are lending, how much of that is going to go to women-owned businesses? We look for baselines and targets. So we do analysis, working with those clients, or looking at national level kind of definitions and data. So that data aspect is really important to have a very targeted approach. And we see, okay, so let's say in a certain country, I'll say Sri Lanka, there's 14% of SMEs are owned by women. We try to kind of push the needle a bit and say, let's try to go for 20%. Okay, let's go a little bit above the national average. Might not seem high for many of the kind of ASEAN countries, but for South Asia becomes a bit more ambitious. And then we try to provide technical assistance to those financial institutions and other types of incentives to give them the capacity to outreach to those women, female clients. At the same time, we work on targets and saying, okay, so we need to also got to make sure that the supply is there. So because this is not about market distortions, this is about a business case, right? So there are many eligible, and I think Minnie nailed it at the beginning too, there are great female businesses there. We need to give them, some need a little bit more help in terms of skills development. So we do that also through our financial institutions, but we also try to find ways to link financial institutions with the banks themselves, and so having that kind of opportunity to then access to finance. But again, this is very much kind of market rules. So the women's businesses that access that finance, it's because they are eligible for it. They meet the criteria because we can't distort markets. So that's how we work as a development bank. So we try to create that enabling environment. At the same time, we also work very closely with governments to look at policies. So in Vietnam, we're working with the government there with the central bank, looking at a white policy for women SMEs. They have a new SME policy that does prioritize women-owned businesses, but we need to kind of flesh that out. What does that look like? What are the targets that are needed? What are where are the regulation gaps? So it's kind of working across an ecosystem, and I think that's what's really important for women's businesses, that there's not a one-size-fits-all approach. You need to do this multi-pronged because there are different stakeholders here involved. In Indonesia, for example, they've adopted a definition of women-owned businesses, but we need to roll that out now. So many banks, they don't collect the data on female or male clients. And many will tell you, why do we need to know that? We only need to know about the kind of, the bottom line, the business kind of details. So it's working with them to update their MIS systems, to be able to collect that kind of data, and that kind of then starts telling you about the very important SME financing gap. I think in Indonesia it's about 22 billion for women, so it's huge. And I think that Asia Pacific has the largest SME financing gap for women in the world. So there's huge unmet need for SME financing, and so we try to bridge that through these different targets. So that's what motivates us internally, as well as through working with our clients and partners.
Thank you very much, Keiko, and a big case to be made for that, considering that 96% of our economy here are driven by SMEs, right? So we will need to close that financing gap if we want to really drive that economy, and if we want to do it in an inclusive way and in a gender inclusive way, it needs to be gender responsive in its approach as well. And I'm actually I also quite like that you're saying, well, it's market ruled, and it's the women-owned businesses that gain access to finance are getting this because they are part of a market system. And I'm really pleased that we have a true founder with us today, a woman entrepreneur who probably can speak about her own experience when it comes accessing finance, how to get investors into your company, or deliberately not getting investors into your company. These are choices as well. But I think what I really would like to get our next speaker, who is Ganak Hirani, who's the founder of a really exciting fashion enterprise, to talk about, is exactly what Keiko actually mentioned, is sort of these are women-owned enterprises, or enterprises with a purpose themselves. They're part of the economy. And if you will listen to Ganak's story on how she has kind of built her enterprise and what role how she looks at gender-responsive procurement from her own business perspective, I think you will see what opportunity there is in getting more women-owned enterprises in this middle piece of the pyramid. Ganak, over to you. Share us a little bit about your exciting venture and what you have been doing to empower women there.
Thanks for having me here today, Katja, and for the wonderful, warm introduction. I'm the founder of Julahas, an Amsterdam-based ethical fashion brand that works with rural artisans, who are mostly women, to create fashion with impact. When I founded Julahas, it was on the belief that there are women just like me who make daily choices on what to wear. And while they want to look good, they also want to make a positive difference to both people and the planet. What I found is that apart from the unique design of the products that Julahas offers, one of the reasons why people choose to purchase with my brand is because they know that I work with women artisans, and indirectly through their purchase, they're contributing to livelihoods. So I make a very conscious choice to communicate that I work with women. I am a woman-owned founder. I mean, it is a woman-owned brand. And that through every purchase, there is an impact that's being made. But as a young direct-to-consumer brand, my challenge is twofold. One is to connect directly to my customer, who's a conscious consumer, and to offer them products that have style, but also a story. And the second challenge is to connect with larger companies that could potentially be my buyers in the future and help me scale my business. And since I'm based in Europe and I work remotely with rural artisans, it also means that I need to find the right partners to work with. And these are partners that have to share similar values to mine. Again, I've chosen consciously to work with groups that have a very high representation of women, or organizations that are women-led. And I've chosen to do that because I believe that when you invest in a woman, you invest in a community. And that has been one of the founding principles of my brand, is to create something that sustains lives. When it comes to connecting with larger companies, making inroads can be quite difficult. You know, big brands are typically looking at larger quantities and lower pricing. And often these are two things that young, sustainable businesses aren't able to negotiate on because, for example, my business model, which is of slow fashion, is very different from a traditional model of fast fashion and large quantities. So there has to be that mindset shift for larger companies to start to think sustainably and also realize that young brands are sort of changing the way or paving the way for these new emerging consumption patterns and new ways of doing business. So I hope that kind of shares some of my story and throws some light into both challenges and opportunities that as a female-led business we face.
Thank you very much, Kanak, and I'm gonna dig a little bit deeper. So I had the privilege to work partially with Kanak in one of our programs that we have started last year during the pandemic, which we call the Industry Disruptor Program, which is a program in the fashion industry that actually really looked at sustainability changes across the value chain from production countries in India to consumption at other parts of the world. And so what the platform actually did is really bringing inspiring entrepreneurs like Ganak and others together, women-owned businesses at a majority, with larger corporates like H&M, Chibo, Bonprix, to really work together on identifying some innovation to address some of the largest sustainability challenges in these value chains, but also use this as a platform to connect between different players. And Kanak, it would be really great if you just kind of share a little bit also your experience on how to connect with larger corporates, what kind of are the hurdles to do this, and connections to like-minded entrepreneurs. How important is that for enterprises like yours?
Yes, Katya. I have to say that for me, the Industry Disruptor Program came at a time when, the whole world was seeing so many changes because of COVID. Lives were impacted. Consumers were making, they were thinking twice before making hasty purchases. And even businesses that were used to traditional ways of selling, they could no longer sell face to face. So I realize that as entrepreneurs, we're so busy growing our business that we don't really spend time investing in ourselves. So for me, the Industry Disruptor was the perfect moment to kind of take a pause and to, use this learning opportunity to plan for the future and connect with a peer group of like-minded change makers. What I found very interesting is that traditionally boot camps and such programs don't offer you opportunities to connect with larger brands. But there we were, talking to heads at H&M, at Chibo, and that's when I realized that these larger brands, they do have sustainability high on their agenda, and they are also very open to hearing the experiences of other younger startups in terms of how do you deal with challenges such as overproduction, excess inventory. How have we kind of either prevented that from happening already in the early stages of our business? And also how they are looking now at incorporating more sustainable products into their product offerings. So it was, for me, a very exciting opportunity to connect with them, to introduce my brand. And I hope that someday in the future, it could mean that, you see Julahas at a corner in Chibo. And, that would really make me proud that, it's possible to give my small brand a global name. Apart from that, the connections with larger companies, I think it's also important to connect with peers. And that connection of entrepreneurs through the Industry Disruptor Program also helped me launch 3 new products during COVID, which is pretty amazing because right from idea to market, I was actually able to create 3 new innovative products through the connections from the women, the other entrepreneurs in my group. All I had to do is put out a message, and I had like these whole bunch of replies that, yes, I can put you in touch with someone. I know someone who's working with cotton, someone who has a loom, somebody who's working with cork, and all of them are women-run businesses. So for me, this group has kind of become my go-to for honest advice, or if I need to make a new business connection, or if I need to know, okay, where do I set up a bank account? They're there for me. So it's been a fantastic experience, Katja.
Great. Thank you so much, Kanak, for sharing this. And I want to take this also as a reminder for everyone who is with us today. We still have our word cloud open, and we were looking for what needs to be done to get this shift from 1% procurement spend to a higher procurement spend. And we've heard from Kanak, who was talking about networks are important. We have heard about from Gecko, which has triggered already some follow-up questions, which I see in our Q&As here around really on how to closing the finance gap. So please keep adding into the Q&As, but also keep adding to the word cloud and share with us what you think are the key steps that need to be taken to move that needle here. So we've heard also from Kanak about her challenges, but in the end also the opportunities of connecting to larger corporates. And that's actually a nice segue into our next speaker, Nusrat Enke, who's joining us from Unilever. And I'm actually also very pleased, Nusrat, that you join us as the procurement director for Southeast Asia, because we have recently started doing some assessments and some landscaping and research. And it's not so difficult to find actually really female procurement directors. So there is a lot to be said also that a gender balance in procurement departments is probably a first step to really create a more gender responsive policies and supplier diversity at large. But Nusrat, we know also from you coming from Unilever, which is, I think, in the space of business and human rights, and probably amongst the attendees of these forums, very well known as a pioneer of sustainability in business. And we know last year your sustainability living plan came to an end after 10 years, but it didn't came to the end in reality. And I think it was really exciting to see that Unilever has just recently put some new commitments out, which also include gender responsive procurement or supplier diversity in a larger sense. And it would be great, Nusrat, if you could just kind of share a little bit with us first what these commitments entail. And we're going to be putting some slides up for you as well to just kind of talk us through this a little bit. And then we're going to go more into the practicalities afterwards. Tell us a bit about that new exciting commitment.
Sure. Okay, so firstly, I'm very happy to meet you guys virtually on one of my most passionate topics. Thank you for having me here. At Unilever, we have our own global social commitment aiming at a more inclusive society already. And gender responsive procurement is part of the key pillar towards that. We have launched a wide-ranging set of the commitments and actions to raise the living standards across our value chain. Suppliers is included. In order to create the opportunities through inclusivity and also to prepare people for the future of work. So let me give you the brief outline of our global social commitment on what we have been done and also what we advocate for. There are 4 key pillars: rights, skills, opportunities, and also driving change within the society at large. For rights, we are driving for equal rights and safety. We believe that these are the building blocks for the inclusive development. At Unilever, we aim to advance human rights in our own operations and also extended value chains. And also to stop this challenge harmful gender norms. Also, we advocate for increased investment to tackle any gender-based violence by addressing some of the systematic issues, such as harmful norms or stereotypes. We are looking for the right partners to scale implementation of the global safety framework for women in rural space that developed with the UN Women as well. Secondly, skills, as mentioned of some of the panelists earlier already. We provide women across the value chains, either employees, farmers, retailers, entrepreneurs, and consumers. The access to trainings, and access to financial and digital access to succeed in this workforce. We also advocate for the partners to increase the investment in training, education, and reskilling for those most excluded from the labor markets, especially women, girls, and the young people. Thirdly, opportunities. We in Unilever, we invest a lot in business opportunities for women, which gender responsive procurement is part of that. And not only in the suppliers, but across the supply chain, distribution networks, and also in the markets. Last but not least, driving change within the society at large. This is mostly through our brands. So we create the positive beauty with the ambition to do better for people and the planets. Our brand is aiming at to end discrimination in beauty and champion at inclusion, driving gender equity, including through stepping up the brand's program, advocating for unstereotyping advertising. This is all what we are doing in the Unilever Global Social Commitment. And if I can step deeper into the promote supplier diversity, which is part of the key pillar, the new innovative of the Global Social Commitment. We commit globally to spend more than 2 billion euros annually with diverse supplier by the year 2025. What do we mean by diverse suppliers? These suppliers will be small or medium suppliers owned and managed by either women, underrepresented racial and ethnic groups, people with disabilities, and LGBTQI+ groups. We advocate for public and private investors to redirect additional funds towards more diverse suppliers. There are different focus in each country, of course. In Australia, we are focusing on indigenous or Aboriginal-owned suppliers. In Thailand, the primary focus will be on women-owned suppliers as part of the gender-responsive procurement. We commit to not only to spend more with this group of suppliers, but also to development further with future-fit skills. Though the limitation for the time being is we do not have any established database about women-owned suppliers, to whom could we engage with? This is what we are working so hard in order to start this program with. Last but not least, we strongly believe that by promoting supplier diversity as a means to raise living standard across the value chain, this will create opportunities through inclusivity and prepare people for future work. This is what I have today. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Nusra, for sharing this. And I think it's also bringing a new dimension which we haven't discussed yet, and I think it's as well intersectionality, but also expanding and not only looking at gender responsive procurement, but to start somewhere. I think a focus on gender is very important, because that is the largest group that currently is not participating. But it's really important to see other groups coming in. Your definition of how to create that supplier diversity, including young people, people with disabilities, etc. So that's a really great way, and I think that's also from a UN Women perspective, and I think everyone here on the line agrees to that. We have seen that in other parts of the world, this becomes part of the definition already. So I think great to see that progressive and forward-looking definitions here also from Unilever. I do have a bit of a follow-up question, and I see Nusra, there are also some questions in the chat already for you, which I'll gonna take in a second. But this is obviously a global commitment, and you have shared a little bit on how that's translating into the different countries. But knowing that you are based here in Thailand, maybe just a perspective from yourself in terms of really localizing such a big commitment into a context of Thailand. What kind of challenges do you see, or what does come with that? I mean, you're the procurement director here, so you probably get, so Nusra, now we need to figure this out here in Thailand for Unilever. So how do you go about this, and what kind of barriers do you face?
I think surprisingly, as I mentioned earlier, is to start with, whom should we engage with? We have no such a database or who are the women-owned or women-led suppliers. There's no such public database. So we are willing to develop them further, to spend more with them. But there's no such a database. So hence, in order to develop such a database, it's already such a big job to start with. That's one of the very surprise that I'm dealing with for the time being. So in order to put the milestone over there, that's one of the key elements. The further is to put the concrete step on how to develop further, how to spend more with them. But in order to put the detailed program down, we need to understand first what is the playground.
Thanks for sharing this, and I think we have heard this from previous speakers as well. I think Ibu, Anita shared as well, sort of the data, the importance of data in a country is very important to really take these steps. So that's obviously something which cannot be done alone by an organization like Unilever, and really calls for partnerships and collaboration with governments together. We've heard from the ministries of SME development. I think Ivo, Anita mentioned that well, the collaboration there. So that is something, I think, a big opportunity to really advance the agenda. But I want to also kind of close the loop with Minnie, who has kicked us off today before we come to Q&As, and then listening to what the audience also has to say. Unfortunately, what we see in the region to date is commitments like the ones Unilever has made are still scarce. So we have done, UN Women has a community of corporates that we are working with through a platform which is called the Women's Empowerment Principles, where companies also do gender assessments and really look across their value chain on where do they have gaps and where do they have opportunities to really fill them. And one of the things, not surprisingly, is from that database we know that less than 6% of the corporates of that group is not statistically representative of a full market, but it gives us already an idea, even in a group of companies who have gender as a priority and have made gender commitments, only 6% do have gender responsive procurement policies in place. So Minnie, I know you have been working with a large number of corporates globally. So what needs to be done to engage more corporates on how can we kind of create more Unilever like-minded organizations? How could they work together? What's your experience that you have seen in the region?
Sure. Yep. So Katya, I think for me as a start, it is understanding, like for a lot of the corporations in this region, it is understanding what it means to source from women-owned businesses. It's also about, how to set those targets, how to set the baseline, understand where they are in buying from women-owned businesses, and then, set the baseline, then set a target and how to work towards achieving that. So I think that is the basic sort of like knowledge sharing training that a lot of buyers in this region need to set that like baseline to begin with. The next step is, it's one thing to commit to buying from women-owned businesses, but then it's about actually measuring how much you're buying from women-owned businesses and being accountable for that. So when you set a target, very, very few companies will be set it publicly. So that is where the next challenge comes. So one of the things that We Connect International did for International Women's Day is something called Rise to the Challenge, which is that we worked with our corporate members to actually set public targets that they would work and that we would hold them accountable to. So for example, Moody's Corporation has committed to spending 5% of their procurement spend this year, just in 2021, with women-owned businesses. Logitech has committed to doing increasing it 10% year on year with women-owned businesses. Intel has committed to achieving a 500 million annual spend with women-owned businesses by 2025, and Unilever is the other one. So we're very proud to be working with them. And Nusra, I mean, I was dying to speak a new word, but we do have a global database of women-owned businesses that Unilever has access to, and that's one way that we're trying to help women, all of these organizations achieve those goals, because we just heard from Nusra is what the most common plaintiff that we hear, which is we don't know where to start to find women-owned businesses. We don't know how to identify those women-owned businesses. We don't know how to verify that they are indeed women-owned. We don't know how to assess that they are the right businesses for our procurement needs. That's where organizations like us, but also others like ADB, the government, etc., in various countries are trying to help to move that needle, to enable this to become an easier process. And I think that the fear of that process is something that is holding back a lot of corporations, especially in Asia Pacific, which is why we're trying to encourage more public conversations about this, to get people who are actually ahead of the curve, who can speak to how they have been setting up their supplier diversity programs, the benefits of buying from women-owned businesses. And this includes not just the corporates, but also organizations like the UN and the World Bank, to talk about the benefits that they see in buying from women-owned businesses.
Great. Thank you very much, Minnie. There are a couple of questions that come in already from the audience, and we are coming to the part where we really want to get more of these tabled. But before we do this, I would just kind of ask, how are we doing on our word cloud? Any ideas on how to shift the needle on the 1% procurement spend to, I don't know, Minnie, if there's a target to be set here, but it should be definitely a double-digit one very soon in our region. I do like the...
Sorry, I was just going to say, just to get to 2% is 10 billion more in the hands of. So imagine if we get to double digits, how much more that we be investing in doing business.
Thank you. I mean, your line was a bit cutting out, but or maybe that was my line. But I think what we've heard, multiple people must have said conversations seems to be a big one on this. And I think conversations also linking to partnerships. We do see legislation. We see the reflection of gender lens investing, so the finance element, which Kiko brought up before, and awareness. I do think this is a very important one as well, to really raise awareness about that. And that brings me to really kind of looking at some of the questions here in our document. So Nusra, you're going to be put on the spot. There are quite a couple of questions. I think people are inspired by what Unilever is doing. So one is on how is Unilever tracking progress towards their goal. So did you do or did you undertake an analysis to access your current stand, and how you basically follow up on this? Maybe we'll start there with you, Nusra, if you have any thoughts on that, globally or for Thailand. I think that, or the region, either way is fine.
So for Thailand, for the time being, we do our own manual trackers by Excel, and you can imagine that we have more than 10,000 suppliers. Yeah, and you can imagine how the workload that additionally we have to do. So that's why we are thinking about it. If there is any such established database that we can do, and this is only with the current suppliers that we have already. The difficulty is that what if we want to work further with the new suppliers, women-owned suppliers that we don't have any access with? We are blind. And that's why, Minnie, I'm happy to hear you that you have the global database. And then if you have it for Thailand, for Thai suppliers, then we could engage further with the new suppliers, with women-owned suppliers based in Thailand, so that we can engage further. So back to your question, Katya, for the time being, it's only the manual trackers. And then we are willing to work, co-work with any partners to help to make it better in terms of any trackers, helping to ensure that this work better.
Thank you very much, Nusra, on this. Staying in the space of databases and the importance of data, and anyone can answer, but I'm thinking maybe Kiko or Minnie, or maybe even Ibu Anita, you have ideas on this. Are there any examples of countries where we have seen that there are gender disaggregated databases of SMEs, for example, are established, and how did this help to advance procurement spend for women-owned businesses? I think the million-dollar question, probably. Don't know, Ibu, Anita, anything to share from Indonesia on how you have been kind of working with the Ministry of SME Development in setting up such databases? Anything you would like to share on that?
Yeah, one of our plan to increase women-owned business to join or to participate in government procurement are we want to identify the women-owned business in our application. There are two at least application on e-procurement and also in vendor directory, and we have to collaborate with Ministry of SME about this. And Katya, I want to inform you that actually in Indonesia now there's a draft of presidential decree of national entrepreneurship development. It is proposed from the Ministry of SME also. And one of the thematic category of the presidential decree is women entrepreneurs. And in this draft, women entrepreneurs define the definition about women entrepreneurs. It is owning a business with this business capital ownership of at least 51% of the business. The National Entrepreneurship Development Coordination Committee can issue appropriate regulation to further regulate the category of the women entrepreneurs, including NPPA in government procurement. So it is, I think, the one of a great opportunity for the Indonesia government procurement to initiate the specific rule about the women on business to participate in government procurement. I think it's Katya. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ibu Anita. Anyone else who wants to contribute to get that question? Another question.
Step in.
Yeah, go please.
Yeah, I think
Please,
the answer is basically there are no countries, and but going back to that question of definition. So from listening to Ibu Anita, basically the fact that they adopted a definition last year has this trickle-down effect that can then affect policies on the public sector side and hopefully influence also then private sector. What are the incentives that the public sector can create then for private sector procurement targets? So I think that's really important to be able to identify and define. ADB is working also in the Philippines in a similar way, and also with WeConnect on these type of issues. So it's a long process, but it's some of these kind of building blocks are key to be able to have a clear definition. And when I've had conversations with the Ministry of SME in Indonesia, we've also talked about labels, such as the one that Minnie mentioned at the beginning. And so there's great interest, but if you don't know how many there are, where they are, there's a huge issue about databases, who are these women that we keep on talking about, and are they viable businesses? So sometimes people will respond, oh, but they're very small. So are they big enough? So there's a lot of kind of steps that have to be taken to be able to create like that appropriate policy for each context. Well, actually, I might take this opportunity, this pause, to talk about some of the work that Katja and I are doing together on gender responsive procurement in the Asia Pacific region, which includes a report which basically benchmarks where countries are in terms of gender responsive procurement, both in the public and private sector. And this report has already benefited from some insights from Indonesia, from Unilever and others. And the idea is to basically set that kind of knowledge baseline so that different development partners, whether that's Asian Development Bank, UN Women, private sector, or others, governments can kind of think about where are the entry points, what makes for good practice. I saw one of those questions also come up. So, you know, what does a good policy for procurement look like? I don't know if I could really tell you. So I think that there's a lot to kind of to learn still, and because we don't have many policies yet in the Asia Pacific, there's a steep learning curve. Other countries seem to be, other regions such as Africa, as I understand, are much more advanced in these type of questions already, and in Latin America. So I think there may be also a lot of learning to do from other regions. Katja, you're back.
Thank you. I see you have probably enlightened the audience on definitions and good practices in the region. Thank you very much, Gekko. So is the key message out of your long discourse? Probably we will need to align on definitions, and definitions is a good, probably opened the session very wrongly in saying it's boring, but it's a key building block on really triggering down change.
I think there's a lot of knowledge gaps, which I was just mentioning, Katja, the UN Women ADB report on gender responsive procurement that hopes to contribute to reducing that knowledge gap a little bit, and help kind of both public and the private sector to look more into what they can do on gender responsive procurement. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. And stay tuned, that's going to be coming out soon this year. Okay, we are getting closer to the end of the session, which I find always inspiring to hear from everyone in so many different perspectives. Kanak, I do have a question for you from the audience. So when we think about gender responsive procurement, we also have to think about the supply side, and women-owned enterprises already face a number of barriers to growth. And the person wants to know, how can we help more women entrepreneurs to build their skills, access to finance, and really help them to be competitive in a very competitive business world? Any kind of guidance or?
Yeah, that's a great question, because I think one of the biggest challenges women tend to face typically is that they undersell themselves. And you know, it's we don't really talk about all that good work that we're doing, and I believe that it's in some ways it's women who can help become role models for other women in their communities. And by working with women artisans myself, I have seen how when you train or you show that one woman is able to start to earn a steady livelihood, she can then put that money back into the son's education or her daughter's education. She can afford to live in a rented room close to a weaving unit. there are other women in the community who look at her and say, wow, that is impressive, you know. So I think we as women can be role models for other women. So it is a combination of access to markets. It's a combination of access to training or training opportunities. It's about you know, using your peers to engage with, to learn from, but also for getting honest inputs from them. So I myself have found that, you know, in the last year, I have learned so much through the Industry Disruptor Program as well, in terms of, okay, how do you position yourself as a woman-owned business? How do you communicate that? How do you then, you know, contribute to creating skills development programs for the women that you work with? So all of that, I think, it's not just one aspect, but you have to look at it holistically.
Yeah, thank you so much, Kanak, for this. And we are in the last 5 minutes of the session, and I'm going to put you all on a last closing comment. And we have heard from Keko, I think I called this down, gender responsive procurement, or procurement means access to markets. And I would love to hear from each of you, putting yourself in the shoes of the audience. You're going to have this word cloud, and I'm going to say not longer than 2 words on this word cloud. What is it what organizations like yours can do to really help to shift that needle on getting more women-owned businesses connected to the markets through more gender-responsive procurement schemes? And I'm gonna start as you are on my screen here. So Ibu, Anita, I'm gonna start with you. What can governments do to really shift that needle? 2 words or 1 sentence?
Thank you, Katja. And PPA will support our programs to support women-owned business in the Indonesia, government procurement, and ready to doing affirmative action to women empowerment like capacity building and enhance accessibility.
Great, that was sharp. Thank you very much, Ibu, Anita. Keko.
It's a really tough question, Katja. So I'll say, even though this may seem simplistic, I'll say targets. So for a development partner like the Asian Development Bank is to set targets for our clients, our other development partners and governments to prioritize women-owned business in order to even out a very uneven market. Thank you.
Thank you, Keko. Kanak, tough one.
Yeah, look for more women-owned businesses. Look for organizations that that work with women. So even if they're not women-owned, I think it's great to look for companies or businesses that have a higher representation of women, or at least women in the top management or in decision-making places, or even as, like, I work with artisan groups, it may not be owned by women. As long as there's a very high representation of women, I know that they have their heart in the right place.
I like that very much. Thank you, Kanak. Nusra.
Gender responsive procurement is already part of global Unilever commitment. But though we will also advocate more to get more members, more people to join our commitment so that we can make bigger impact to the society together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nusra. Minnie, you have the last word.
I guess for me, it would be a lot of the global MNCs have started making that commitment to buying from women-owned businesses. But I would encourage both local representatives of those organizations in Asia Pacific, as well as local companies in Asia Pacific, to make that commitment and to really look at your supply chain and how much you're buying from women-owned businesses, because as you know, women thrive, economies thrive. And so let's help Asia Pacific, you know, recover from the pandemic by leveraging the power of women-owned businesses.
Thank you, so much, and I was just noting down everything, and I said, I thought myself, I was just going to wrap it up and quote all of you, but you have just put it so beautifully that I don't actually have to do this. And I really just want to close that session with one word from my side, which is two words, gratitude and really partnerships. I'm really grateful for the partnerships that we have, not only with your organizations and you amongst each others or with others, but I think that is also the spirit. We should take this very important issue further in our region as women leaders in the Asia Pacific. So I hope we're going to have next year another iteration of gender responsive procurement, and maybe our 1%, 2% is going to be growing in our region, and we're going to be tracking this. So thank you very much, everyone, for your very valuable contribution, and also thank you very much for the people watching us and really hopefully joining us on this movement on gender responsive procurement. Thank you very much, everyone.
It's a Hello, good morning, good afternoon. My apologies that I was disconnected briefly. I think we are now ready to resume our session. Welcome you all. And with your permission, I think we can really get into the session so that we are not running late. Let me ask my colleagues, Bharti. Bharti, you have already uh, started with the introduction part with the video when I was left
No,
out
not
for a
yet.
few minutes. Okay,
Not
then
yet.
over
The
to you, Bharti. Over to
Are we
you
live
then.
now?
Thank you. Yes.
Okay.
Over
Okay.
to you. Thank
So
you.
thank you, Pin. Good afternoon, everyone from Bangkok, and I would like to welcome you to our session on child labor, which is organized by the International Labour Organization, the ILO, in collaboration with UNICEF. My name is Bharati Pflug, and I'm the Senior Specialist on the Fundamental Principles and Rights at Work here at the ILO in Bangkok. This session is held in the context of the 2021 International Year on the Elimination of Child Labor. And this is really a year where we hope to see that move from commitment to action by stakeholders. And this is a year that will lead us to the 5th Global Conference on Child Labor, which will be hosted by South Africa next year. And then, of course, post that, we will move on to the first deadline within SDG Target 8.7, which refers to the elimination of all forms of child labor by 2025. That is in 4 really short years. Target 8.7, of course, also contains the eradication of forced labor, human trafficking, and modern slavery. We're also holding this session in the context of Alliance 8.7, which is a global multi-stakeholder partnership committed to achieving Target 8.7 of the Sustainable Development Goals. Currently, over 240 partners form the Alliance, and we're very happy to see that some of them are able to join us on the panel here today. The Alliance seeks to bring together a set of diverse stakeholders who all play key roles in achieving SDG Target 8.7. Among the 240 partners, there are 22 Pathfinder countries, and these are countries that have volunteered and committed to go faster and further in contributing to Target 8.7. And they have also committed to be regional and global leaders on these issues. In the Asia Pacific, there are 4 Pathfinder countries: Nepal, Sri Lanka, Vietnam, and Fiji. And again, we're very happy to have one of the Pathfinder countries from the Asia Pacific with us here today, and that is the government of Vietnam. I would like to give you a very brief overview of today's session, which we will start with 2 short videos, one from the ILO Deputy Director General, Ms. Martha Newton, and that one will be followed by a video from the Nobel laureate Kailash Satyarthi. Following the 2 videos, I will hand over to the moderator of this session, Ms. Panuda Bunpala, and the 7 panelists who will join us for the discussion. We do have a full agenda today, and we have planned time for questions at the end of the discussion. For members of the audience, you will see a Q&A facility on your screen. So please click on that and use it to submit any questions to the panelists. Your questions will be anonymous, but if you feel like it, feel free to add either your organization or country, especially if you feel that that might help the panelists in being a bit more specific in their responses. And I have also been asked to remind speakers to keep in mind the interpretation and to please speak clearly and not too quickly. So that's it from me at this point in time. Can we please start with the 2 opening videos now? Thank you.
It's a pleasure to address you today at this important event. For over 20 years, the Asia and Pacific region has made significant and steady progress against child labor. Yet there are still 62 million children in child labor in the region and 152 million globally. This International Year for the Elimination of Child Labor presents a valuable opportunity to step up action against child labor. Countries have established strong legal frameworks and integrated child labor concerns into education sector plans and social protection programs, and adopted national action plans. But we need to become more effective, and we need to move at a faster pace, even in the face of the huge challenges presented by the COVID-19 pandemic. Business can help drive this agenda, not only by generating decent jobs, but by ensuring that in their operations and supply chains, children's right to be free from child labor is respected. This means clear policies against child labor, effective due diligence, fair business practices, and support for remediation if needed. Transparency all along the supply chain is vital. In Asia and the Pacific, Alliance 8.7 research shows that between 12% and 26% of goods and services produced in Asia for exports are made with child labor. If we consider child labor used in production for domestic markets, it is even clearer that the considerable efforts need to be done on local markets, as well as on exportable products, to ensure that supply chains are child labor free. Our call is for a renewed, concerted, and coordinated effort to tackle the root causes of child labor. Partnerships and coordination mechanisms are essential in this regard, and Alliance 8.7 provides a platform to link governments, workers, and employers' organizations and civil society to identify what works and how to bring these solutions to scale. Soon, we will celebrate World Day Against Child Labor and launch new global estimates of child labor, bringing the challenge into clearer focus. So let's make the most of the opportunities we have in the International Year for the Elimination of Child Labor to increase the pace towards our shared goal.
Friends, I know that many of you have been a party to the commitments and pledges we have made for the eradication of child labor over the years. But I am also aware that many of you had played a strong leadership role in achieving remarkable success during that time. But I am afraid to say that the business as usual won't work. No rhetoric, no good word, no good intent even can meet the challenge which we are facing due to pandemic and its devastating effect on children. We know the problem, and we also know the solutions that we have learned in many years. Therefore, we need not to reinvent solutions like SDGs, ILO conventions, UN Global Compact or OECD guidelines, etc. What we have to reinvent is our inner conscience, our collective moral responsibility, our deep compassion for children, adequate global political will, and new ways to mobilize resources and finances. What we need is a sense of urgency for our children. Dear business leaders, you are not simply money-making machines. What you do today is going to impact the present and future of humankind. Make sure that no child labor is employed in your supply chain. How could you justify that American and European companies cannot employ children in their own countries, but they can easily engage child labor in developing world through their supply chain? Dear friends, we have to ensure fair share for our children. We have launched a campaign, Fair Share, to end child labor. Fair share in resources, budgetary allocations and ODAs. Fair share in policies and fair share in social justice programs. Friends, we cannot afford to lose all the progress we have made over the years through this hard work. We have to be bold enough, we have to be compassionate enough, and we have to start now without wasting any moment, because every child matters, every childhood matters, every minute matters. Thank you.
Thank you very much for very inspiring messages from ILO Deputy Director General, Ms. Martha Newton, and also from Mr. Kailash Satyarthi, Nobel laureate, who have been the champion in combating child labor over the years. Panada Bunpala, ILO Regional Office for Asia Pacific, I will now start moderating our session today. We will have with us 7 speakers, and hopefully we'll have enough time to have 2 rounds of for panel members to share their comments and their thoughts. And also, hopefully, we will have time for Q&A session. The first speaker with us today is Mr. Dang Ho Nam from the government of Vietnam. Mr. Nam is Director General of the Department of Children Affairs of MOLISA. Mr. Nam is the focal point for Alliance 8.7 in Vietnam. He has been actively involved in child labor issues for many, many years. He is also the founder of Child Helpline in Vietnam. Mr. Nam, as a pathfinder country of Alliance 8.7, the global partnership on SDG Target 8.7, what are some of the prioritized solutions or measures in Vietnam to tackle child labor, especially now in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic? The floor is yours, Mr. Nam. Thank you.
Được phát biểu, xin trân trọng cảm ơn. Thank you, Mr. Kabbalah. Dear distinguished guests, today I'm very glad to join this meeting today. The signal is not very good. And the child labor is a very global issues and complex issues, especially in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic. Vietnam is also affected by these issues. According to Vietnam's 2018 National Survey on Child Labor across the country, there are about 1 million children aged 5 to 17 years engaged in child labor, so about 5.4% of the population, child population, which is about 4.2% higher than the world average. And more concerningly, about 2% lower than the regional average. Among these children, 50% works in hazardous and dangerous conditions. The survey data shows a positive trend in the total number of economically active children attending school at a rate of 63% compared to only 43% in 2012. This also contributes significantly to the Vietnam's successful negotiations of the comprehensive and progressive agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership and the EU-Vietnam Free Trade Agreement, which has shown no zero tolerance on child labor. For Vietnam's government, we have been made a great effort to join the Alliance 1.7 globally, and to achieve our goals, will play as a part among the pathfinder countries to cooperate and exchange with others, and our experience in the prevention and reduction of child labor. We have worked with the ILO and other Pathfinder countries to promote actions in Vietnam and others, to conduct research and share knowledge on initiatives and measures, an effective use of resource, and to contribute to eliminating child labor in all forms at regional and global levels. We're also implementing international commitments on child labor through the improvement of laws and policies on the child labor preventions in line with the UN International Convention on the Rights of the Child and the ILO Conventions 182 and 138. Vietnam's also strengthening compliance with international labor standards, especially those related to child labor, in the new generation free um, uh, free trade agreement such as CPTPP and EVFTA. And Vietnam's revised labor code 2019 has updated, supplemented, and amended regulations on minors that are more in line with the international standards on child labor, including minimum wage age, working hours, working conditions, and jobs and workplace in which the employment of minors is prohibited or permitted. And the scope of the Labor Code 2019 has also extended to informal sectors where there's a high risk of child labor. And the Ministries of Labor, Invalid and Social Affairs has also issued a circular number 09 dated in November on the 12th November 2020, and detailing and guideline the implementation of a number of articles in the Labor Code 2019 on minor workers, which also a specific regulation on the employment of persons under 13 and under 15. And thirdly, we're also implementing the National Child Prevention and Reduction Programs 2016 and 2020, and issuing the national programs for 2021 and 2025 with a vision to 2030 to promote the following solution. First, regarding the state management agencies and relevant government organization, we focus on build capacity of authorities at all levels and capacity of relevant agencies and organizations and of employers in preventing and reducing child labor. We're also enhancing intersectoral collaboration in prevention and detections, intervention in support service related to child labor, and increasing responsibility at all levels and sectors, and the implementation of their assigned duties. We're also strengthening the child labor monitoring and evaluation systems and develop, implement processes and network for prevention, detection, support, and intervention for children engaged in and risk of child labor, which is also in line with the existing child protection system. We
Mr.
also
Nai,
strengthen
may I
inspection
interrupt you to sum up your, can you sum up your point, please? Can you kindly sum
Tóm
up?
tắt
Thank you.
lại tóm tắt nội dung của anh và tổng kết được không? Anh có thể được không? And also some measures for employers and also for families and children. And so that we can provide the best benefits and for the best interest regarding the child labor's problems. And in summing up, with our coordinated policies, and Vietnam is step by step solving the problem of child laborers in line with the UN international conventions, which is also in relation with the new generation free trade agreement that is in compliance with the labor standards. And I would like to say thank you to your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Nam. Many strong initiatives we have heard from you. Thank you so much. The next speaker is from the International Union of Food, Agriculture, Hotel, Restaurant, Catering, Tobacco, Allied Workers Association, or IUF. We have with us Dr. Hidayat Greenfield, Regional Secretary of IUF. Dr. Hidayat is responsible for IUF members in 21 countries in Asia Pacific region, and these responsibilities include advancing human rights in many IUF sectors. Dr. Hidayat, what measures has IUF taken with regard to the elimination and prevention of child labor? And also, what are some of the challenges you are facing? You have 4 minutes, Dr. Hidayat, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you, and thank you for the time. I want to focus on the agricultural sector because the majority of child labor occurs in the agricultural sector. And as we know, most of that actually is the children of plantation and agricultural farm workers and small farmers working alongside their parents. And we have to tackle that in agriculture. For us, I just want to focus on 3 very concrete drivers of child labor in agriculture. The first is the piece rate wage system. The second is unfair crop prices. And the third is debt, meaning family debt, but debt resulting from a lack of access to rights. In the first instance on piece rate wages, what we're talking about is that predominantly in agriculture, whether it's plantations or farms, agricultural workers are paid piece rates according to volume, kilogram, bunch, or area of land. They're not paid a fixed wage. And because of the piece rates combined with quotas and targets, it creates tremendous pressure on agricultural workers to fulfill targets, to meet quotas in order to earn a living wage. In many cases, they cannot meet those quotas and targets and end up with a poverty wage or no wage at all. This creates a compulsion to mobilize their own children to assist them, to work with them, to try to meet targets in kilograms, volume, or area of land. And that's the source of the child labor. That's what's driving it. So what we're doing is we're really focused on replacing piece rate wage systems with guaranteed wages, a guaranteed minimum wage that's a living wage, but most importantly, that agricultural workers, plantation workers have the freedom to organize unions through freedom of association, not just Convention 87, but Convention 11, for all workers engaged in agriculture to have the right to organize, and through organizing and collective bargaining, be able to lift their wages up. And I think that gives them the living wages and the stability needed in this situation. And that pushes back against really that compulsion, that pressure of piece rate wages in driving child labor. Concretely, we also do work around literacy and numeracy, especially for women agricultural workers, so that they can calculate and read and understand those wage slips and calculations of share of wages for sharecroppers, so they're not cheated, because wage theft, again, is another major source of poverty wages that leads to child labor. The second point on crop prices, I think people are more aware of this, of unfair crop prices. So I just want to jump to the issue underlying this. One of the key issues is all the layers of middlemen, and I mean men, between smaller marginal farmers and the crops that they sell and what is in the supply chain of companies. And an additional layer of social auditing and certification agencies that's also taking away much of that premium from small farmers and marginal farmers. And so what we're doing is we're trying to shorten the supply chain, to organize smaller marginal farmers themselves to be able to collectively bargain fairer prices directly with companies. And in return, they're able to have better incomes, fairer crop prices, and a commitment to not employ or use child labor, including their own children. And we've just did that recently in Pakistan with something that we were working on with a group that voted to change the constitution of their organization to commit to not have child labor and to secure fair crop prices. And the third factor is a little bit more challenging, because this debt arises from not having access to what are basic human rights, which is the right to food and nutrition, housing, education, and health, and especially health. Illness is a major source of debt for rural communities and their families. And so we need to tackle this debt by extending social protection as defined in ILO Recommendation 202 on the social protection floor, to extend all social protection and livelihood assistance to small and marginal farmers and agricultural workers to ensure that they're covered by this in the formal and informal sector. And I think that's the third element. And just very quickly, we link this to our work to eliminate harmful pesticides, because as we remove children from hazardous and dangerous work, that hazardous work shouldn't follow them into their homes and their communities through pesticides. We also have to eliminate pesticides in their environment as well. And that, again, we're pushing very hard on ILO Convention 184 and other health and safety measures to ensure that. And that requires all agricultural workers to have a right to organize themselves to ensure that happens. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hidayat, for highlighting the importance of the agricultural sector for the work that we do to combat child labor. Our next speaker is from ASEAN, Ms. Mega Irena, Assistant Director, Head of Labor Civil Service Division, Human Development Directorate in ASEAN Socio-Economic Cultural Community Department. Mega, we are pleased to have you with us. Recently, ASEAN adopted a roadmap on the elimination of the worst forms of child labor by 2025. Could you please share some information on the roadmap and also how ASEAN will stay engaged in the fight against child labor? Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Kun Pin, for the kind introduction, and also thank you so much to ILO for inviting the ASEAN Secretariat to participate in this important forum. I'd just like to highlight, for those of you who are not familiar with the ASEAN roadmap on the elimination of worst form of child labor, it's a roadmap that was developed to address the prevailing child labor cases, particularly in agriculture, services, and industry sectors. These are the sectors where, based on the survey, are predominant for the child labor cases in our region. So the roadmap was adopted last year with the time frame until 2025, with clear plan of regional action, focusing on prohibition of child labor practices, prevention, and also protection of children. And we really thank ILO for your kind support throughout the process of developing this important roadmap to us. For those of you who are interested to know the details, you can find it on our website, but I just want to highlight 3 important key aspects that really support ASEAN to stay engaged in the fight against child labor through the roadmap. First of all, the roadmap aims to sustain the momentum to keep regional attention and commitment high in our region. The roadmap is not a new commitment to us, it's an extension and also expansion of the previous roadmap 2016. It provides clear guidance on what ASEAN can do collectively to support its member states in working towards zero child labor by building upon previous achievements and also lesson learned. The roadmap also provides a platform for sharing of best practices and peer learning among the member states. So that's the first aspect. The second important aspect is that the roadmap is not a standalone. It is built upon other commitments of member states at global level, regional level, and national level, as well as the priorities in other relevant sectors. All 10 ASEAN member states have ratified ILO Convention 182 on worst form of child labor. We have also ratified CRC and CEDAW, and all member states are actively working towards achieving the SDG goals, including the target 8.7. So there is also a clear acknowledgement on the need to address child labor practices in the context of achieving sectoral commitments. For example, in ASEAN, we have Declaration on Strengthening Social Protection. And in this commitment, we acknowledge that strengthening social protection and its coverage is very important to make sure that livelihood of families are promoted, and therefore this contributes to the prevention of child labor. Also, for example, in the Convention of Trafficking Against Trafficking in Persons, child labor is acknowledged as one of the exploitation of trafficked persons that should be addressed in our region. We have also declaration on strengthening education for out-of-school children and youth, where this commitment is very important to minimize the risk of exploitation of children in rural areas with challenges in accessing schooling. So there are some other commitments, and therefore the roadmap is not the only framework of commitment to eliminate worst form of child labor, but it recognizes that other sectoral achievements that contribute to better prevention of child labor is also important. Thirdly, the roadmap is a multi-sectoral and multi-stakeholder involvement or initiatives. So the roadmap, in time of its development since 2019 until 2020, it was a joint effort of multiple ministries in charge of labor, education, social protection, poverty eradication, law enforcement, and few other relevant sectors. So the roadmap is not only a document relevant to the labor ministry, but also other relevant ministries. It's not a commitment that is prescribed for them, but it's designed by them together to engage all of those sectors in the implementation towards holistic approach and successful results. So if we look at the content of the roadmap, it talks about regional actions to support improvement of labor protection in hard-to-reach sectors, strengthening institutional capacity of law enforcement, addressing root causes of child labor, eradicating poverty, public awareness on modern form of child labor, and so on. So you will see that the actions inside the roadmap are really cross-cutting, and it requires involvement of multiple stakeholders to ensure success. So I think these are important three aspects. The roadmap maintains momentum for high-level commitment. The roadmap is not a standalone commitment. It builds upon other commitments of member states at regional, national, and global level. And it's a multi-stakeholder initiative. So I think these are the important aspects of the roadmap that can add value to what member states are already doing at country level and also at international level. Khun Pin, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Meka. Thank you so much for such a great commitment to combat child labor at the level of ASEAN and ASEAN member states. Thank you so much. Our next speaker is representing employers organization from Vietnam. I'd like to introduce Ms. Tran Thi Lan A, Director General, Bureau for Employers Activities, Vietnam Chamber of Commerce and Industry, or VCCI. Lam A, what can employers, organizations, and business enterprises do to address child labor in supply chains in Vietnam? And how do they currently doing so? Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you, moderator, and it's my honor to be here to represent the Vietnamese employers to share information about what we're doing in combating the child labor in supply chain in Vietnam. So we know that reducing and preventing child labor should be seen as a major goal of employers, organizations, and businesses and enterprises, as the child labor issues damages not only national socio-economic development, but also business growth. And it is a fact that the children working in the activities with high risk of accidents, extreme temperatures, and toxic environment is harmful to effort to develop the skilled and healthy workforce, and that is essential for businesses in global competitive context and supply chain. And in Vietnam, in the context of deeper international integration, we ratified the new generation of the FTA like CPTPP and EVFTA, and it is crucial to improve supply chain transparency so that information about companies, suppliers, and sourcing allocations and child labor free is readily available. And VCSI is a national organization that gathers and represents the business community, employers, and business associations in Vietnam. And over the years, we have implemented some series of activities with significant impacts in combating child labor. So I want to note that this year, 2021, marks the International Year of the Elimination of Child Labor. And in response to this, VCSI also commits an action pledge, first to engage and collaborate with employers from the Alliance 8.7 Pathfinder countries to accelerate further efforts. As you mentioned, as you know, that there are 4 countries in the regions considered as the Pathfinder countries in here. And the second is to share innovative private sector approaches for eradicating child labor. And the third is to strengthen peer learning and capacity building among Pathfinder countries and companies. And this year, we actively joined with IOE and ILO to promote the child labor elimination campaign through a series of VCSI activities as the following. The first, VCSI, under the support of the ILO Enhance project, we developed a training materials and trainers guide and build up a group of trainers on prevention of child labor for enterprises. The objectives of the training courses here is to raise awareness about child labor, the role and the benefits of businesses in child labor prevention, and identify and select business action plan to implement child labor prevention initiatives in businesses and supply chains. And we also designed the labor code of conduct on child labor to facilitate employers with better understanding on issues related to child labor in the business, and to encourage employers to commit to implementing the agreed measures to prevent and eliminate child labor and improving working conditions for young people in the businesses. And the code of conduct also aims to create consensus, replicate the participations of employers in many different industries, sectors, and areas in implementation of activities to prevent and eliminate child labor, contributing to the common national strategy to this issue. And also, we benchmark and announce sustainable companies in Vietnam based on the Corporate Sustainability Index, CSI, and these awards revised annually. And CSI is a powerful tool improving competitiveness and image of sustainable business, which is recognized by the government, ministries, and agencies, as well as by the reputable international investors and partners. So in this, we divided into 3 categories of governance, environment, and labor. So child labor protection and prevention has been reflected in governance and labor indicators. And finally, we also carrying the project named Promoting Children's Rights and Business Principles Among Enterprises in Vietnam. And this project focuses on communication and advocacy, awareness raising, and capacity building for business on different angles of children's rights in business. And based on the basis of 10 principles clarifying children's rights and business principle developed by the Save the Children, UNICEF, and the United Nations Global Compact with consultation with the business experts. And the child labor prevention and reduction related to the issues under the workplace principle, like contributing to the elimination of child labor in all businesses, activities, and business relationships, and also to provide the decent work for young workers. So above that are the activities that which one will join. So thank you. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Lan R, for sharing with us many initiatives, including Action Pledge by VCCI and also many campaigns that you are leading in the country and also as part of the IOE at the global level. Our next speaker is from the government of the Philippines, Ma Karina Perida Travilla, Director, Department of Labor and Employment. Director Karina, welcome. We are pleased to have you with us. As a country that was one of the first to work on child labor with the ILO in the early 90s, I remember working with the Philippines in the early 90s myself. What are some of the, like talking to old friends, what are some of the emerging good practices in the Philippines that could be scaling up? The floor is yours. Go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. It's really good to know that you have been in the Philippines working on the issue of child labor. We believe that the Philippines has several good practices, and one of this is a blueprint called the Philippine Program Against Child Labor, which is closely working on intermediate outcomes until the year 2022. So we wanted to achieve first a strengthened and localized National Council Against Child Labor towards better coordination of its members and partners. We also wanted to see an improved and inclusive enforcement of anti-child labor laws. We plan to have an expanded access of child laborers, including their families, to social protection, health, education, child protection, and decent work. Fourth, we wanted to see a more improved generation, dissemination, and use of knowledge and data on child labor among the stakeholders, the policymakers, program implementers, and the general public as well. And of course, an established and well-maintained national child labor monitoring evaluation system. It is also important that the issue of child labor is mainstream in the development policy of the country. And so it is included in the Philippine Development Plan of 2017 to 2022. And under that plan, we made a specific target to remove at least 630,000 children from child labor by 2022. And this is the Philippines' contribution to the achievement of target 8.7 of the Sustainable Development Goals. Now, overseeing this commitment under the Philippine Program as well as the Development Plan of the Philippines is the National Council Against Child Labor, which is a structure authorized by an executive fiat and mandated to upscale the implementation of the program. And this is an expanded version of the old committee. Now it has a composition of 19 government agencies, as well as representatives from workers, employers, and civil society organizations. Aside from this structure, we also have the Interagency Council Against Trafficking and Against Child Pornography, which is also related to addressing the issue of child labor. And looking at the local structure, we have the Local Council for the Protection of Children. We have down to the lowest level, the Barangay Council for the Protection of Children, or the Village Council for the Protection of Children. We see that as the first entry point, as an important mechanism for the efficient and effective implementation of all policies, programs, and projects on the major activities concerning children, including child labor. Now, on labor inspection, we have child labor indicators that have been included in the labor inspection checklist. Let me add also that we are continuing our profiling activities. We have been profiling since 2018 so that we will be able to locate and identify the children who will be referred and provided with appropriate services and eventually removed from child labor. Likewise, the Department of Social Welfare and Development has its contribution on we call the Project SHIELD, or the Strategic Help Desk for information, education, livelihood, and other development interventions against child labor projects. These also contribute in the profiling as well as establishing a local registry on child labor. And so, based on our data, the profiling activities of both DOLE, and the Department of Social Welfare and Development, including the International Labor Organization, we now have a total of 270,000 child laborers profiled. And of this, we have already removed 57,000, almost 57,000 children removed from child labor. Now, let me emphasize this important approach that we have been adopting. It's called the whole of society approach. We believe it's crucial in working towards the prevention and elimination of child labor. And this we adopted in addressing the poor working conditions and the child labor problems in one small village in a locality in the Philippines. There were changes that we have experienced because of the help of all the stakeholders, of all actors, national and local, even civil society organization. One is that the children stopped working in small-scale gold mining. They have returned to schooling. They were given educational assistance. Even a secondary school in the village was also built through the help of the Department of Education. And the way they do small-scale mining has been transformed. They no longer use mercury, and now they are adopting gravity concentration method, which also addresses the issue on pollution and environmental concerns. And to add
Director
that, there is
Karina,
also
I
a
have to ask you to sum
diversification
up,
of,
please.
yes. Okay, there's
Can you sum up, please?
diversification
Thank
of
you.
their livelihood into aquaculture farming. And lastly, last point, if I may add, we also help them the association transition into formal organization by registering them, thereby opening more opportunities for this organization. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I'm so sorry to cut you. I know that you have a lot to share, but thank
Sorry.
you so much for many of those important experiences that you have highlighted. Our next speaker is from the Coca-Cola Company. I welcome Ms. Supa Sekar, Regional Director for Human Rights, South Asia, Middle East, and Eurasia, and Global Ventures. Thank you for joining us, Supa. What about the private sector? How can it improve working conditions and eliminate child labor in agriculture and also in the informal economy? Please, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam, and really honored to be part of this panel. Now, addressing child labor sits at the very heart of the UNGPs and SDGs due to the nexus between poverty, vulnerability, and child labor. And in turn, child labor leads to entrenched poverty, as the children will remain at the margins of the labor market when they become adults, and thereby perpetuating the vicious cycle of poverty, vulnerability, and risk. And obviously, business too has an important role to play because they are part of local and global supply chains in the various layers. And so a couple of points on, how business can play their part is first, as was mentioned by another speaker, that business needs to prioritize this issue and take full supply chain approach in terms of its governance. Now, while it is easier to address child labor within the four walls of the manufacturing locations, the canvas becomes vast, complex, and deep supply chains, especially agriculture supply chains, where over 70% of child labor can be found. And the issue here is that brands don't have direct line of sight or direct relationship or leverage beyond Taiwan, and this adds to the complexity. Therefore, business needs to build its understanding of where child labor exists in its supply chain by conducting due diligence with a mix of measures at different levels of supply chain. And obviously, no one measure is sufficient because supply chains can be complex, Tier 1, Tier 2, at times hidden. And then by gaining this visibility deeper in the supply chains, business will have the opportunity to map the supply webs. Supply chains are not straight lines. They are like spaghetti. They are like webs, where it also gets into other supply chains. And so it is important to have an understand the status of child labor, other labor rights. What are the drivers of child labor? Because drivers might be different in different markets. And even, within a country, there could be, different drivers depending on regional aspects especially for larger countries, identify the control points, because that's very important to understand the control points to really, kind of focus on, remediation. Collaborate with suppliers beyond, below tier 1, communicate the requirements, build supply chain, capability, and then drive more holistic remediation. Now, given the magnitude, complexity, and urgency of the issue, the ecosystem players need to come and look at opportunities to collaborate, to drive scale, to pool in resources, even more in the COVID scenario where resources are, limited, and leverage collective strengths. Now, I would like to give an example of a large multi-stakeholder partnership in agriculture, which Coca-Cola is part of. This is called the Harvesting the Future project in Turkey, where we are partnering with Fair Labor Association, which is the implementing partner. There are 7 other major brands, 19 Turkish suppliers, the Turkish government, and other stakeholders also were part of it. So this draws from a shared vision of the FLA, the Fair Labor Association, Coca-Cola, and the partners to bring about large-scale change on child protection and responsible recruitment by pursuing a multi-commodity, multi-company, multi-stakeholder approach. Now, just a little bit about the project that every year, thousands of seasonal workers migrate to agricultural farms across Turkey, and they move from crop to crop along with their families. And it is common for children to work alongside their parents to contribute to the household income. Now, while the agricultural commodities are different and the supply chains are different, it is the same workforce which goes from commodity to commodity. So this model is really powerful, to show the interconnectedness of supply chains and the need for all the ecosystem players to come together to really drive scale, change, and to look at it holistically. Because if individual companies only worked in their agri supply chain, one would not be really looking at the issue from a larger point of view. So phase 1 of this project focused on increasing supply chain transparency, conducting due diligence at the farm level, and understanding risks. And this helped identify various issues, including child labor risks and hazardous work by young workers, apart from a whole other areas. And phase 2, which will be starting soon, will focus on remediation. Now that this whole area has been mapped, one understands what are the drivers, and it will be focusing on remediation with a whole range of holistic measures, capability building, embedding these requirements within the supplier way of working, looking at childcare, looking at opportunities for referring them to existing ILO and Government of Turkey schools, and a whole range of other measures. So for want of time, I will not get into the details, but thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Supa. Yes, indeed, I think the importance of working along the supply chain, and I think the experience of the Fair Labor Association is really important and good that you share that with us. Our last speaker is from the CSO. I welcome Mr. Ahmad Masuki from Charak, Indonesia. Charak is a network of CSO in Indonesia for the elimination of child labor. Mr. Masuki, how can the different stakeholders involved in the fight against child labor collaborate at the national level? And how do you see the role of Charak in fostering such a collaboration? Thank you. Over to you.
Okay, thank you, moderator. My view that international effort to elimination of child labor is running progressively. Its effort has been transformed in various instruments, as like UN Convention, the Right of the Child, ILO Convention 138 and 182, Child Right and Business Principle, SDGs, also policy for global supply chain. Each country, including my country, Indonesia, has ratified and adopted its instrument as a national policy and commitment. Further, our challenge is how to actualize the policy to become integrated action to make a better impact for child labor and family. for response of this in national level, I think we have 4 main challenges. The first, existing of child labor still significant. We have average the 8 million, other 7% from the total of the children. And majority child labor in agriculture. And the second, the issue of child labor integrated with the dimension cross-cutting issue. It have relationship with dropout school, poverty, and other issue. And the third, many policy in the national and also in province and district already adopted. But how to accelerate the policy from many policy to practices in action? This is the last our response atau stakeholder response still in sectoral and temporary approach. So basically we need comprehensive and sustainability approach to again child labor. To respond this atau to respond the challenge, we JARA I think have to approach. The first, we involve in multi-stakeholder coordination. It led by the government. I think it government from the especially the Ministry of Development Planning, Ministry of Women Empowerment and Child Protection, and also Ministry of Manpower. Its coordination should be followed by the government, non-government organization, trade union, also business level. This process is needed to make sure that effective policy and the synergize in action. How to make the effective policy and synergize in action. The second, it is more specifically, as I said that the majority of child labor in agriculture, so we need we develop the partnership of child labor in agriculture. My name is PAKLA Indonesia, the Partnership for Action Against Child Labor in Agriculture. It the specific collaboration or by partnership approach. The partnership is integrated approach and collective action in the prevention and also in direct action for children and their family by involving the government, NGO, and business sector in business sector. The added value from this process is all stakeholders involved, and also we work together to facilitate sharing of various good practices among stakeholders. And this partnership coordinated by the Bappenas and JARA as a national secretariat. I think this is to process to initiate how to bring the collaboration and coordination.
Masuki, sorry to interrupt. Can you sum up, please?
Okay, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. To push the effective way to against child labor in national level. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm so sorry to interrupt panelists and all speakers. It's just that we are running slightly behind schedule. Having said that, actually, now I'd like to actually give each panel's list the second round for 1 minute, one minute each. So let me first start with Mega Irena from ASEAN Secretariat. Meka, if you have one last minute to highlight one most important point for the regional level collaboration, the floor is yours, just for 1 minute. And one most important point, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Kun Pin. Difficult to identify one most important point. I think there are so many important points.
I know.
But I think after listening to other speakers, especially I think all speakers emphasize the importance of collaboration among multiple stakeholders, including businesses. So I just want to highlight the good practice that ASEAN adopted in time of developing the roadmap, and that is having an inclusive process. The example of the roadmap, for example, in time of its development, it was not only developed by governments, but it was a process that involved tripartite partners and also civil society representatives. In fact, we also invited some representatives from the private companies. So this inclusive process since the beginning is very important to promote ownership of all stakeholders. And therefore the commitments should not be seen as the responsibility of one sector only or one particular ministry only, but it should be a joint results of joint hands of different sectors. And secondly, it's important that many of the best practices in these multi-stakeholder collaborations are well documented. There are not many people out there who have access to information such as what we have now in this forum. And therefore, in the roadmap, for example, to promote such collaboration, we try to leverage the added value of ASEAN, and that is as a platform of mutual learning. One of the actions that we plan is to document the business models in global supply chains and identify good practices in addressing child labor in the global supply chain. So by documenting these business models, we hope that we will be able to contribute to the efforts of promoting and inspiring actions in the region. Thank you. Over to you, Kun Pin.
Thank you so much, Meka. Mr. Nam, also from Vietnam side, also 1 minute. And if you can highlight one most important lessons learned, just one, the most important one. Thank you.
Một bài học
Over to
quan trọng
you.
nhất mà mình đã học cái thực tiễn thực hiện vừa qua. Yes, I would like to emphasize the three important lessons. The first one is regarding to international commitment. We attach the child labor issues with the international commitment, which is in line with international conventions and the new generation free trade agreement. In cooperation with other stakeholders, we emphasize the roles of the businesses. We are not only focused on just one company, but we also focus on the whole supply chains and the business related to these supply chains. And we also focus on raising the awareness of the business to monitor labor charts in their supply chain network. Because for our government alone, we cannot supervise and monitor all their activities, and it is for the business and companies themselves to help government to monitor and supervise their own business and their activities. And the two most important lesson we have drawn from our practice. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Nam. Next, Dr. Hidayat, can you highlight one recommendation in 1 minute? One recommendation, please.
Sure, thank you. I just want to
I know you have a tough
emphasize
job.
again the importance. Thank
Go
you.
ahead,
I just
please.
want to emphasize again the importance of freedom of association for all agricultural, farm, and plantation workers. Having that access to freedom of association being vital to their ability to collectively bargain and lift themselves and their families out of poverty. This year is the 100th anniversary of ILO Convention number 11 for all workers engaged in agriculture, and we need to ensure they have that freedom of association and the right to collective bargaining in all workplaces and throughout supply chains or farms, fields, and plantations. And that for us is an absolute priority in order to addressing the key drivers of child labor in agriculture. Thank you.
Super from Coca-Cola. The same, your 1 minute. What is your most important policy? Your most important child labor policies in the supply chain, please. 1 minute. Thank you.
Yeah, so we have two human rights policies which specifically do not permit child labor. But I'd like to say there are 2 or 3 things which are very important, for us in terms of our implementation of our human rights. First is that embed these requirements within the company and across the internal processes, whether it's procurement, whether it's supplier authorization, human resources. Second would be capacity building. I mean, I cannot stress less both internal and supply chain constituents. And third is due diligence at a number of levels, at factory levels, at deeper supply chain, and in the various supply chains in the agricultural area commodity, that is priority commodity. So these are the 2 or 3 big focus areas for us. And I would be failing if I not mention that as one of the founding members of the CLP, we recognize the importance of multi-stakeholder engagement in efforts to eradicate child labor, and we are participating in the pledge, and we will continue to prioritize this very important area and look at various measures to broaden our understanding and to look at remediation and multi-stakeholder frameworks. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Next, Ms. Lan Ah, VCCI, similar to others from your VCCI experience, if you can highlight one most important recommendation, please. Go ahead, 1 minute. Can you unmute yourself, please? We cannot hear you. You have to unmute, please. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So from the Vietnamese employer's point of view, I think that besides the active different forms and ways of communication, advocacy, awareness raising, and capacity building for business on child labor elimination. So in order to take the most of achievements in child labor elimination in the whole supply chain in the context of global economic integration today, it is crucial to involve all the important stakeholders, including enterprise, representative business associations, policymakers, social organizations. Also recommend that there should be more such kind of social dialogue and other information experience sharing activities and modeling of the child labor eliminations practices among the FTA members countries, particularly those at the same level with our countries and those who are key potential partners of Vietnam. So that's the case of Vietnam recommendation. Thank you. It's back to you.
Thank you so much. Next, Director Karina. Like others, to maintain for child labor to remain a priority during the COVID-19 pandemic, what would be one most important recommendation from your point of view? Go ahead.
Yeah, what we did is really to mitigate the impact, the economic impact and the labor market shock brought about by COVID-19 pandemic. And so we prevent children from entering child labor. And we continuously conduct our profiling activities and then the eventual removal of child laborers from being in such a situation. And then, of course, we make sure that our existing structures are fully functioning, and we utilize, optimize online platforms so that we raise awareness, continuously raise awareness about child labor, and continue the discussion at the national and the local level. And of course, this situation is really challenging, but we really need to upscale our efforts, create horizontal and vertical linkages, and adopt a whole of society approach. And so in our country, we relentlessly continue working together to address child labor. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Karina. Mr. Masuki, like others, what is the most important recommendation for child labor to maintain the priority as part of the COVID-19 response from the CSO perspective? Go ahead, 1 minute. Thank you.
My perspective is three things. The first is how to strengthen data to capture the impact of COVID-19 for children. Impact in education, poverty, employment, social, and also specifically for child rate and child labor. And the third, how to direct intervention or the prevention for impact of children by the COVID situation, especially the priority in treating how to prevent child marriage and also reducing violence against child labor, also touching child labor. It's become the integrated response. And the third is how to make direct intervention in the grassroots level, for example, for children in the village, in the poor family, and like this is. But this is they have the great impact to existing of child labor. And the last, I think, for fulfilling child labor, child right on child labor should be priority in any situation, in normal situation or emergency situation. This is my view. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Masuki. Before the Q&A, there is a request from the Kailash Satyarthi Children's Foundation. Ms. Niharika Chopra would like to say a few words. Niharika, the floor is yours for 2 minutes, please. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Are
Please.
you
Thank
able
you.
to hear me? Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for having me. I'll be brief, and it was wonderful listening to the various initiatives spoken of today. And I'll be brief in just expanding on Mr. Satyarthi's message earlier in the effort on the Fair Share to End Child Labour campaign that our organization, in collaboration with the DGILO, DG WHO, the Secretary General of OECD, and Deputy at the UNESCO, along with several others, launched earlier this year. And the focus of the campaign is to be able to build a global and national coalitions on bringing together various players to address the fundamental root cause of child labor across the world. We are looking at the fact that the pandemic is posing the risk of turning the clock back on the progress that we have achieved over the many years that have passed. And it was in the last year in 2020, we launched a report on the fair share for children, where we recognized that in the year 2020, of the $8 trillion that were announced as COVID relief globally, only 0.13% were allocated to the most marginalized communities and the children through multilateral assistance. And this would most definitely lead to an increase in child labor within supply chains and in home-based and other forms of child labor. The demands of the campaign are essentially demanding for a fair share of financial resources in national budgets and ODA, along with private participation, a fair share in policies and laws. We're demanding for mandatory due diligence laws and enforcement of existing laws. We hope to understand to establish that guidelines are no longer as effective as the law, while working with business champions, those who have shown intent, and those who have been able to be champions in the field of elimination of child labor. Child labor cannot be eliminated in a vacuum. The child who is working in child labor is the same child who is denied education, who is working in fields or in homes, the child who is denied healthcare, social protection, or living in intergenerational poverty and communities that face discrimination. To be able to address this, we are building coalitions of businesses, of trade and teacher unions, of civil societies, Nobel laureates, employers and businesses, faith leaders, civil society organizations. We have partnered with the IPU, the International Parliamentarian Union, to work with governments to increase their partnership with businesses and civil society and other stakeholders to ensure that child labor becomes central to their policy making and enforcement, especially during this international year. We are also working with businesses recognizing their genuine good intent. And the study in 2019 called the Decade to Deliver recognized that 70% of the CEOs believed that they had a critical role to play in the achievement of Sustainable Development Goals, whereas only 21% were actually able to translate that into practices. So we want to work with businesses along with other stakeholders to ensure that the multi-sectoral approach of child labor will bring together all of the various players to help businesses and to hold them accountable. Lastly, survivors remain at the core of our campaign. We want to be able to amplify their voices on all important international, regional, and national fora to be able to facilitate a dialogue between survivors and various agencies working on child labor, government and non-government, to essentially make their voices heard in the global efforts against child labor. We hope to be able to achieve this beginning this year, but of course...
Niharika, can you sum up, please? Can you please sum up? Thank you.
I'm done.
I'm sorry to interrupt. You have to sum up now. Thank you.
And we hope to work with partners and establish strong partnerships through the year with governments and across, and I hope that we can take the engagement with the participants today beyond this platform. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I'm so sorry to interrupt you. Time for question and answer. We have the question. The first question, we have some, I think we can manage one question at least. What could be done to reach out more widely to the informal sector? Perhaps among the panelists. Director Karina, would you like to comment on this one? What could be done to reach out more widely to the informal sector?
Yes, we could implement what we have adopted under the ILO recommendation 204 on the transitioning informal to formality. Will be able to help more informal sector formalize into associations and be registered even as businesses, micro businesses. So that is one area where we can reach out more informal sector workers. And also let's engage the local government units down to the village level so that we will be able to provide their services, will be able to reach the informal sector workers. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Idayat, would you like to comment also about the reaching out to the informal sector? Go ahead.
Again, I think it's important that we recognize that we're, in terms of the application of labor rights, the definition of agricultural and plantation workers is far too narrow, the definition of rural workers. And so in terms of the informal sector, we want to see a broader range of occupations and roles in agriculture of all workers engaged in agriculture, as Convention 11 defines it, to be recognized as agricultural workers, not just those under a formal waged employment relationship, and to extend all social protection and livelihood assistance to those workers, but also to extend all of the aspects of occupational health and safety and protection of labor rights into the informal sector through recognition that all workers engaged in agriculture, regardless of employment relationships, have these rights, both rights as workers and in terms of access to trade union rights. Thank you.
Thank you. Perhaps Ms. Tanti Lan from VCCI, would you like to comment on this point, reaching out more to the informal sectors? Go ahead.
Yes, so reaching more to the informal sector, I think it's very important because according to the numbers of the child labor in many countries, that the issues of child labor in the informal sector is very severe. Is that in the factories we can identify and prevent it, but in the informal sectors it's not easy to identify because the children working for the families, for the household. So it is very important to have the involvement of the local authorities, the business associations, and the parents. So they need to be aware, have awareness raising to prevent them, and also the local economic development. Also one of the key issue to help the parents improve their economic situation. So it's also one of the method to prevent the child labor in the informal sector. So that's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Meka, would you like to comment also? Informal economy is so important and central to the work of ASEAN. Would you like to comment on reaching out to the informal economy?
Thank you, Khun Pin. Glad that you asked me, because clearly informal sector is predominant in our region. This has been an important issue that is not easy to tackle, but efforts are ongoing. I want to highlight 3 important initiatives in the ASEAN roadmap. First is strengthening labor inspection in the hard-to-reach sector, and that certainly quite major in terms of informal sector, and this is very important in strengthening the capacity, especially in time of pandemic like this. There is a need for new approaches to make labor inspection more effective with limited resources. Second of all, the roadmap also calls for streamlining the registration of small businesses in the informal sector. Registration of small businesses is very important, is contributing to the efforts of preventing child labor. And thirdly, also strengthening social protection for workers working in the informal sectors, so that families with low income would not be in a situation where they have to compromise and jeopardize the well-being of their children and vulnerabilities to fall into the trap of child labor. So I think these are the important 3 elements, and we continue to take joint efforts to address these issues at ASEAN level. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Meka. Supa, I would like you to comment on this point related to informal economy, but very much about the supply chain, basically how to get stakeholders involved and to drive down the fight against child labor in the deeper tiers, the supply chain. So if you can comment in 1 minute, as we are running out of time. Thank you so much, Supa. Thank you.
No, this is a very important area, but it's very mindful to realize that informal sector is not one homogeneous mass. There are different types of informal sector, and they are part of different supply chains. So for every business, it's important to understand which of this informal sector comes within their supply chain. And so in ours, for example, agriculture and agricultural supply chain is important, and so due diligence is the way where one gets a better understanding and looks at, as I mentioned earlier, looks at what is the shape, what is the form, what are the control points, and then kind of remediates it. And obviously, these are very, very complex issues requiring not just one company, but a broader business and multi-stakeholders to come together to address the complex array of issues, including obviously child labor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Supa. So I take the last 1 minute as the moderator today. In conclusion, I hope you all have enjoyed this session. I think it's very rich session. Our speakers have shared a wealth of experience in our region. Clearly, a lot have been done and lots of progress have been made to combat child labor in our region by different stakeholders, government, private sector, CSO, business, workers' organization, community, and children themselves, etc. So I think we have a lot of experience. We have huge knowledge and expertise with us in the region. Going forward, I think it's very important that we convert and make use of all of these lessons learned, experience, and expertise that we have in the region to really spearhead, take another round of concerted efforts to combat child labor, taking into account the fact that now we all are facing additional challenges due to the COVID-19 pandemic. And clearly, while I have said that the region has made good progress, we have achieved a lot, we still have pretty large number of children remain in child labor in our region. Therefore, more action is needed, more partnership is needed. Therefore, let us continue to put our joint efforts together. And this year, the International Year for the Elimination of Child Labor, is so crucial that we can rally among all stakeholders at local, at national, at regional, and also the global level, so that we all can come together to bring an end to child labor as soon as possible. Thank you very much for your participation. I'd like to thank all speakers. I'd like to thank our translators. I'd like to thank UNICEF as the co-organizers of this panel discussion today. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Good afternoon. It's my great pleasure to welcome you to the Responsible Business and Human Rights Forum session on future of migrant workers in international supply chains, post-pandemic outlook on migration, human rights, and business. My name is Mia Park. I'm the Chief of Mission at IOM, International Organization for Migration in Vietnam. Personally, I was very happy when I was asked to be the moderator for this session, as I've been quite interested and wanted to learn more about this topic. And we're very lucky today as we have renowned experts on our panel. So we have panelists from the government, NGO, international agencies, and research groups. So we will be able to hear from diverse actors with different perspectives. But before I introduce them, just a brief introduction background on this topic. So there are about 170 million migrant workers globally, of which about 40% are women. And we know that migrant workers play a very important and positive role for not only their home sending countries with their remittances, but also their destination countries as they fill the key gaps in their labor market. And for those who work on migration, especially labor migration, since the pandemic began, we've talked and learned a lot about the impact of COVID-19 on migrants. And there seems to be two key aspects that have been highlighted with the pandemic. First is that migrant workers are quite essential. So although we've always talked about how migrant workers make great contributions to the global economy, but the pandemic made us witness and experience their very important presence as they sustain the global supply chain and essential sectors such as agriculture, manufacturing, logistics, services, and even healthcare. But this visibility and the recognition that they're so essential also brought to light how extremely vulnerable they are. And not only about the migrant workers' vulnerability and how they're so easily neglected and dismissed by relevant actors, including governments and employers and businesses, which we will discuss today, but also how fragile this human mobility is. This international connections we took for granted turns out to be very easily disrupted. So we've seen and continue to experience these major disruptions in migration flows and consequently in the international supply chain and global economies. And this is all happening at the same time as the world, and especially Asia Pacific region, we face multiple ongoing non-COVID related challenges and megatrends, such as climate change, aging societies, and digital transformations. And they all have direct impact on migration as well. So today, what we want to explore is how will these impact of COVID-19 and these changes we are seeing all mean for the future of labor migration in the Asia Pacific region. So to discuss, we want to ask our panelists, I guess, three main questions. Which factors will influence the regional labor migration flows and dynamics in the next decades? And based on what we know about the current vulnerabilities, how will the future drivers of labor migration impact vulnerabilities of migrant workers? And lastly, what can the government and businesses do to better equip migrant workers for these changes, especially in the context of inclusive and just COVID-19 recovery and beyond? And these are tough and difficult questions to answer. You know, if we learned one thing about COVID is that the future, even tomorrow, is very hard to predict. But we are in good hands today as we have excellent panelists with us. And it really is my honor to introduce our four panelists. So first we have attorney Celso Hernandez. He's currently the director of the Labor Market Development Branch of the Philippines Overseas Employment Administration. His experience in the Overseas Employment Program started in 2008 as legal officer, And then after, he handled several divisions and offices in the POEA and was exposed to industry regulation, education, and welfare assistance. He contributed in the creation of several manuals, handbooks, and guidelines strengthening worker protection and handling illegal recruitment and trafficking in person cases in the Philippines. So welcome, Director Hernandez. And then we have Mr. Nilim Barua. He's been working on the migration issue since 1998 and earlier in the development field. So before assuming his current responsibility as Senior Migration Specialist at the ILO Regional Office in Bangkok in 2011, he was the Chief Technical Officer of ILO's Technical Cooperation Labor Migration Projects in Southeast Asia, Eastern Europe, and Central Asia. And earlier, he headed IOM's Labor Migration Unit in Geneva from 2002 to 2007. And we have our lady panelist. We have Meenakshi Barman. She is a senior manager with the Economist Intelligence Unit's public policy consulting practice in the Asia Pacific region. She works with clients, supporting them through public policy engagement programs, policy strategy design, thought leadership, and developing insights on macroeconomics, geopolitical, and regulatory issues. She's an experienced economist, obviously, and has worked on projects ranging from infrastructure finance, city growth strategies, urban disaster management, to labor migration. And last but not least, we have Mr. William Goyes, who's the current regional coordinator of Migrant Forum Asia, MFA. Over the last 20 years, he has been at the forefront of international advocacy efforts, engaging and influencing international and multilateral process to promote rights-based migration and development policies. He's the former chairman of the Global Coalition for Migration. He's also a member of the World Bank-led Global Knowledge Partnership on Migration and Development, and a member of steering committee of the Metropolis Asia and the Asia Democracy Network. He's also regional executive committee of the Asia Pacific Movement on Debt and Development, and he represents MFA in the Abu Dhabi Dialogue, steering committee on the Comprehensive Information Orientation, and thematic working groups on the Colombo process. And he also represents MFA in the IOM's IRIS Advisory Committee. So we have an excellent panelist group today, and thank you all for accepting our invitation today. So before we invite the speakers, I'm still not done. I have some general instructions to give. We will have the Q&A session at the end, and there is a Q&A, I guess, function box on your screen. So please freely use it, and you can pose your question anytime. You don't need to wait till the end. It's actually better if you ask the questions in advance. And there will be a simultaneous interpretation. So if the speakers can speak slowly and not too fast, that would be great. So let's begin our first part of the session, focusing on the future labor migration dynamics. For this part, we will invite Nilim from ILO and Meenakshi from EIU to give us a glimpse to the future. So Nilim, we'll go to you first. The future of work and impact of COVID-19 on labor migration have been important focus of ILO's work. And in fact, earlier this year, ILO, in collaboration with OECD and ADB Institute, came out with a very comprehensive report. And I believe you were one of the lead authors. So we want to ask you today if you could share about how the future of labor migration and future work for migrant workers expected to look like in the medium and longer term. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Mia. Good afternoon to my fellow panel members. Greetings and good day to everybody. As Mia just pointed out in her introductory remarks, the pandemic has had unprecedented impact on economies, businesses, and workers in our region, and the usual drivers of migration have been disrupted. In 2020, especially in April, and the months following, deployment more or less came to a standstill. And even now, we don't have much deployment of lower skilled workers, although there are exceptions. There's some deployment now. And the deployment of skilled workers has been going on in the pandemic because it is easier for, the mechanisms are such that the migration costs are more easily met for the skilled workers. Now, what is going to happen in the next few years, in the medium term and in a longer term horizon of 15 years? As Mia was saying, it's difficult to predict. But three main factors which will help shape labor migration in the next few years will be the recovery, economic recovery, the recovery of labor demand, and going side by side, the control of the pandemic, the vaccine rollout and public health measures, as well as shifts in migration policies, which may impact the opportunities for labor migration. In the long term, demographic and technological changes, new forms of work, and climate will be key factors shaping labor migration. Let's look at the medium term and labor shortages. As you know, migrant workers comprise a large proportion of the workforce. Migrant workers from Asia comprise a large proportion of the workforce in the Gulf Cooperation Council countries, in Singapore, in sectors of the economy in Malaysia and Thailand, to name a few countries. This demand is unlikely to change in the short term, and labor migration is expected to recover with the control of the pandemic and vaccine rollout. Hence, vaccine rollout is very important, and as we can see in our region, it is not going very well at the moment. There has been a fall in economic output, as we know, in 2020. The rebound in growth in 2021 is uneven and not universally expected to recover the losses of 2020. As an example, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, which is an important destination for Asian migrants, is forecast to see a fall of 6.8% growth in 2020 and growth of only 3.2% in 2021. Beyond the recovery horizon and assuming the pandemic is brought under control, some trends suggest risks. Outflows from selected Asian countries, 12 selected Asian countries, peaked in 2015 at 5.6 million workers. After 2 years of decline in 2017 and 18, outflows reached 4.9 million workers in 2019. The main reason for the decline is the fall in labor flows from South Asia to GCC countries. This is partly explained by the price of oil, which supports much of the economic activity in the region and has been languishing and is expected to remain low for some time. Shifts in migration policies will also impact on labor migration. We have seen that with the introduction of a new scheme for specified skilled workers in Japan, the country is targeting 345,000 new labor migrants in different industrial sectors by 2020. This provides a new opportunity for labor migration. At the same time, there can be restrictions as well. And these restrictions occur not only in destination countries, but in sending countries as well. Indonesia has seen a decrease in outflows from a high of 630,000 workers in 2009 to 277,000 workers in 2019. If you look at the outflows in Indonesia, there was a big drop from 2016 to 2015. And the reason for this is the immigration bans which were instituted for domestic workers to the Middle Eastern countries. And as a result of that, the labor migration flows have fallen. There'll be more attention to health in the migration process, and the new screening systems will impact on costs, and this is a policy area to give attention to, so that the costs are not passed to the workers. In the long term, demographic and technological changes are an important driver. The expanding population of young persons in some countries is set to increase migratory pressures. This includes the South Asian countries, Indonesia, Philippines in the Southeast Asia, as well as Pacific Island countries. At the same time, aging populations in other countries will place additional strain on social security and health systems. Countries with a rapidly aging population include China, Japan, the Republic of Korea, Singapore, and Thailand. In all these countries, the dependency ratio will be well over 50 by 2035. The risk of shortage is especially acute in occupations where labor demand is likely to increase because of aging itself, such as care work and healthcare. At the same time, labor markets can be impacted more broadly due to aging, and migration can be one strategy combined with other measures to address shortages and fiscal imbalances. Technological advances, AI, automation, robotics will render some jobs obsolete and create new ones. A ILO study in 2016 found that in the automotive and auto parts sector in Indonesia and Thailand, 60% of salaried workers in Indonesia and 73% in Thailand faced a high risk of automation. Of course, some jobs will be easier to replace than others. They are easier to automate assembly line jobs and harder to automate jobs in care work. The speed at which jobs are eliminated in migrant receiving countries depend on several factors, including how fast technical challenges are overcome and how fast labor costs rise. The availability of migrant workers may hold down labor costs and slow efforts to automate jobs. The next factor, in addition to demographic changes and technological developments, is migration transition and new poles of attraction. As we know, many years ago, the Republic of Korea and Thailand were labor sending countries. Today, they are mainly labor receiving countries. Other countries will also undergo this migration transition by 2035, most notably China. China is actively pursuing a transformation from export-oriented, low-skill, labor-intensive economy to a science, technology, and innovation-based economy, a transition that demands highly skilled workers. And they have already put in place programs to attract skilled workers to China. The last point which I want to mention, last but not least, of course, is climate change. One of the developments expected to drive migration in Asia Pacific are anticipated climate-related changes. Changing climate can affect agricultural output and the frequency of natural disasters, as well as the habitability of certain zones. Looking beyond 2035 in the Pacific Island countries, where the average elevation of urban atolls is less than 4 meters, and where a significant share of the population reside in low elevation coastal zones, sea level rise along with other sudden and slow onset hazards are likely to severely impact livelihoods across the Pacific. So that, in short, are some of the factors which will shape labor migration, both in the medium term and longer term. Thank you, Mia, and back to you.
Thank you, Nilin. Thank you so much for that very thorough and detailed, but still quite comprehensive outlook. and also giving us the medium and longer term effects, certainly helpful for the policymakers and practitioners to prepare them more strategically. It was very interesting when you talked about automation, that lower the labor cost, it will slow down the speed of automation, because that's all related to low-skilled migrant workers. That's a little sad point. And also climate change. It's a very important area which will have a significant impact on labor migration, but has not been explored in depth too much. So thanks for bringing that up. So now let's turn to Meenakshi. Now that Nilam has given us kind of broader picture, major trends, maybe you can specifically speak for lower wage international migration in Asia region specifically. I know there is an ongoing research on this topic with IOM. Although the report is not finalized yet, would be great if you can share some initial findings with us. So I guess our question would be, based on your ongoing research, what are the key factors in destination and origin countries that would affect future lower skilled labor migration pattern? Over to you.
Thank you so much, Mia. Good afternoon, everyone, and good evening as well. Thank you, Nilam, for your thoughts and your insights. I believe we will find ourselves aligning on a lot of issues as I take you through some of my research findings. So, as Mia mentioned, we at the Economist Intelligence Unit, supported by the IOM, conducted a study on the future of labor migration in Asia, which began earlier this year. Based on this study, I will be sharing a few findings from our research about the drivers of labor migration in this region. And for purposes of the study, we focused on low-wage international labor migration. So we began by looking at how low-wage international migration has evolved in Asia over the last 2 decades. And this was done mainly to identify the drivers behind these changes and analyze how risks and challenges faced by these migrants have also evolved over time. So as we know, labor migration in Asia is a product of history as well as evolving cultural and economic changes, while traditionally factors such as linguistic and cultural affinity, diaspora networks, and geographic proximity have hugely impacted migration decisions. More recently, we are observing factors such as diverging economic growth rates between countries, the facilitating power of digital technology, as well as impacts of climate change driving these decisions more increasingly. So the biggest structural change in Asia that we noted was intra-Asian migration, which means that increasingly there's a huge increase in the number of people who are migrating from less developed economies to some of these newly emerging markets within the region. As part of the study, we looked at net migration rate and international migrant stock data published by UN Department of Economic and Social Affairs. And based on data from 2020 or for 2020, we basically were trying to identify the top origin countries globally. And we noted that of the top 10 migrant origin countries in the world, 6 are Asian, which are India, China, Bangladesh, Pakistan, Philippines, and Afghanistan. We also noted that based on our estimates, not only Asian states feature in some of the Asian origin countries, but they are also they also account for low-wage immigrants in particular. Speaking to some of the labor migration specialists, we found that of roughly 164 million migrant workers globally, 50 million hail from South Asia alone, namely India, Bangladesh, Nepal, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, and Afghanistan, and more than half of these constitute less skilled or low-wage migrants. I will move on to talk about a bit of the drivers behind these changes in migration movements. The first driver, and I will highlight 6 key drivers. The first driver that I want to talk about is the economic dynamism of Asia that has accelerated this intra-regional migration that I just spoke about. So the economic outperformance of Asia, especially South and Southeast Asian economies, including Thailand, Malaysia, Singapore, indicate a likely growth in this intra-regional migration in the years ahead as well. And given that Asia is forecasted to account for more than 50% of global GDP and drive 40% of global consumption by 2040, we expect this trend to further accelerate in the coming years. Secondly, for a lot of high and middle income countries in the region, the driver behind rising migration has been native worker shortages in critical sectors such as construction, food processing, health and elderly care, with Singapore, Malaysia, and Thailand being the dominant magnets here. Traditionally, low-wage workers have favored some of the high-income Gulf countries, but we see a shift here, and this could be primarily because of falling oil prices, which have dampened spending, as well as the fact that in some of these countries, the worker protection policies are still at nascent levels. So that is one of the key drivers. The third that I would like to mention is demographic shifts in the region. As Nilim also pointed out, so there has been an increase in aging population in the region. One of the key drivers in inbound migration is going to be demographic shifts. So it has been estimated that by 2015, there will be almost 2.5 times increase of the number of people who are age 65 and over, especially in some of the East Asian countries. And for that, they will need to import at least 275 million people aged 15 to 64 to keep a balance between their working population. Another factor to note here is that there has been an increase in educational attainment in some of the developed or high-income countries in the region, which often results in native workers not gravitating a lot towards high physical labor work as compared to professional or white-collar jobs. The fourth driver that I would like to talk about is large-scale infrastructure and economic transformation plans. For a lot of countries like Philippines, Thailand, Indonesia, infrastructure has been at the heart of their economic strategy. So while infrastructure can prove to be a boon, can prove to be an employment boon in the region, it is also to be noted that the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic may cause disruptions in the sense that it may curtail some government spending and cause a deprioritization. Therefore, for instance, in countries like India, its ambitious infrastructure plans may face severe adjustments given the scale of the ongoing pandemic there. Finally, or at number 5, I'll talk about technology and automation. So technology is already altering labor market, is already reshaping labor markets, and is estimated to have complex impacts on migration decisions. Now, automation will reduce labor demand in some sectors, which are more process-oriented, like manufacturing and services, but some sectors, or especially the low-wage sectors, will not get as impacted, like construction and domestic care, among others. Also, a thing to note is that advances in digital platforms, gig economy, on-the-go services will create more opportunities for domestic income opportunities in home markets, and therefore there will be a reduction in the appeal of migration, especially in some of the more physically demanding sectors like construction. Finally, the last driver that I'll mention here is the falling cost of remittances. We've noticed a fall in the cost of remittances, which has helped outward migration. There have been several factors that have contributed towards this, but one of the key factors is a rise in consumer supporting information sites. These sites provide information for fees comparison as well as exchange rate comparisons across countries. They also provide educational information as well as other financial services such as savings, payments, services, and insurances. They also provide local support in host countries. To sum up, these are some of the drivers that have emerged from our study on the ongoing research with the IOM that we believe are going to shape future low-wage migration in the region. Thank you. Over to you, Mia.
Hello?
Hi, Mia.
Okay, I
did
think
you hear?
it broke up a little. I assume, yes, Meenakshi, are you done?
Yes, I'm not sure how far along did you get me. Should I repeat the last points?
Yes, I assume it's done because we broke up a little bit. But I heard, no, I heard till the fifth. So I think yes.
Okay.
Well, thank you very much. Very interesting points. And it's good that I read the draft of the report. So I am familiar with the points that you've raised. And certainly there are concerning aspects that can seriously impact labor migration in the region, but also opportunities we can possibly seize. And we're definitely looking forward to the final report. And so based on Nilim's and Meenakshi, I mean, future of labor migration seems to depend on sectors and channels and, of course, economies and policy changes. But the broader trends such as demographic transition and the new technologies with the fourth industrial revolution and climate change are real and will have consequences. And certain changes would be more clear and definite than others, but we know for sure that due to these factors, and which were all affected by COVID-19 and probably expedited by the pandemic, that future of migration will be impacted. But in the more of an immediate and medium term, the key would be the COVID-19 recovery and the consequent economic recovery. So we will need to look into that. So now that we've gained some insight on the potential future of driver migration, let's turn to the second question that we want to explore, which is the vulnerabilities of migrant workers, how they will impact the migration and employment experience of migrant workers in the region. We want to specifically look into the human rights and labor rights, protection of migrant workers, and also the development impact of labor migration. And for this question, we're extremely lucky to have our expert panelists from Migrant Forum Asia and the Philippines Overseas Employment Administration. So let me first ask William. MFA and your member across the region are at the forefront of assisting migrant workers in the region. And so you're really in a unique position to bring in direct perspective and experience of migrant workers in the communities of not only origin, but transit and destination. So William, question to you. Based on what's been shared and your long experience working on labor migration issues, where do you see the future risks and challenges for migrant workers, including from different gender groups? Over to you.
Thanks a lot, Mia, and thanks to Nilim and Meenakshi as well for the introduction in terms of giving a big kind of global picture of where things are going to move. I'd just like to add to that first, before I go to the granular aspect of it from the ground up, is that I think one of the things that labor mobility will happen within is the growing inequalities that the pandemic has brought out or shown that exist in our world today. And this has only been exacerbated by the tremendous amount of borrowing that has been taking place by countries and countries of origin in order to address the COVID pandemic. So countries like the Philippines, Bangladesh, Nepal, have the borrowings that they have taken in the international market are definitely going to add to the increased inequalities, because at some stage you've got to pay this back. So I think some of the old frames that we look at are very useful to look at now in this, looking forward, in the sense of and these are questions I think we will have to deal with. Will there be an increase in aspiration of migrant workers, given that the recovery is not going to happen so fast, particularly in countries of origin? Will there be an increase in aspiration among migrants, particularly low-wage migrants who have found their whole development trajectory disrupted by losing jobs and being away from jobs for months? Will there be an increase in aspiration? Will there be an increase in desperation, in the sense of leading to more irregular flows? Is that going to, if you look at Euronews today, even today on today's channel, Euronews is already showing the increased level of desperation of migrant workers as they cross borders, kind of thing. Will there be an increase in offsetting the challenge in countries of origin in terms of job employments? Because like Mia said, a lot of the original infrastructure projects which somewhere low skilled workers would fit into, like construction, those will have to be offset. She gave the example of India. So will then India offset some of this low labor surplus that will now be created in the countries of origin because of the COVID? Will it offset it like in previous years to labor migration programs? I think that is going to be the big question of, will aspiration, desperation, offsetting increase in this kind of frame that we are looking at? Now let me start from ground up, and let me give you two cases which shows how we are at a very delicate moment now, in the sense of the progress that we have made. We are at the point where we might see a lot of regression of some of the gains that we have made. I give you two examples of this. Only this week means in the last 7 days, only this week in the Philippines, at Naiya Airport, the international airport of the Philippines, there were almost 500 OFWs, overseas Filipino workers, mainly women, who were stranded at the airport. They had already checked in. Philippine Airlines had already checked them in. The airlines had already checked them in, but they were stopped at immigration. Why were they stopped at immigration? Because for immigration did not get the clearance from the country of destination. They were all bound for Saudi Arabia. They did not get the clearance from Saudi Arabia that Saudi Arabia would be responsible for the quarantine and for the PCR test of these 500 workers who were scheduled to arrive in Saudi Arabia. There was no guarantee from the Saudi government that this would be handled by the employers. The immigration officers stopped the 500 workers who were to be deployed, and they were asked to return. Some of these workers, many of them, had already paid for quarantine facilities in the Philippines because they had come from the province. So they had to stay in the hotels in Manila and things like that, take PCR test before the flight and things like that, 72 hours, to be able to board that flight to Saudi Arabia. But all those costs they had absorbed, and now the question is, who's going to absorb the cost at the other end? Saudi Arabia passed a regulation saying that recognizing only 4 of the vaccines. In many of the countries of origin, Sinopharm has been the vaccine that has been given to a majority of the population. Saudi Arabia refuses to recognize Sinopharm as one of the vaccines that which allows you entry into Saudi Arabia, which means then you have to take a quarantine, spend time in quarantine for 14 days before you can actually go onto the job. So there is this whole question of the recruitment thing. The recruitment governance. How is this going to happen? This is a big question to happen. Another example of this, we talk about the growth of the care industry. In this month only, just about 3-4 weeks ago, in India, 500 nurses from India, from the state of Kerala, landed up in the UAE for jobs that were not there. They were processed by recruitment agencies in India and in the UAE. How did that come about? That even in a time like this, where there are so many restrictions on travel, so many checks on travels, 500 nurses could, in a period of months, travel all the way from Kerala to the UAE for jobs that did not exist. Some of them paid huge amounts for these jobs. So we've got to be very vigilant as to how recruitment development, how the pressures that are in countries of origin at the moment, and we've got to be aware of how these are going to impact migrant workers. The other issue that the other two panelists have talked about is of technology. Let me give you another example of looking at access to technology. Now there are many migrant workers who are stranded in the countries of origin, but who have been told by their companies on half wage, you can actually work from home. So I've been in touch with, for example, a worker from Kuwait who is working from home in Kerala, in India, but his salary has been reduced to half wage. Now, this is definitely an innovation in technology, but what does it mean in terms of workers' rights? He has been given that option, and he has no other option. Yeah. So when we talk of wages and technology, how technology will be accessible and will create these platforms, what does it mean for workers in terms of rights and wages? You know, workers are not able to come for collective bargaining because a lot of them are on these platforms, their homes, in isolated spaces, workers for collective action. There's been a long-term advocacy of migrant workers, of the right to freedom of association and join organized trade unions. Now this, with the whole of technology, doesn't fit this, or at least there are no signs of technology facilitating this online collective organizing of workers in the so-called either gig economy or on platforms that are now existing whereby you can work at home. So I think this is going to be a big challenge as well. The other thing, big question is of skills. A lot of us are talking about skills, and but nobody's talking now about skills bias. I'm glad, Meenakshi, they are looking at the study of low wage workers. I must say, in our own experience, low wage does not mean low skill, because at least historically, low wage workers have also been high skill workers, especially when you have teachers going as domestic workers, doctors going as nurses, technicians going as drivers. They go into the low wage sector, but they might be high skill. We have not resolved that problem yet. And yet there's going to be a big demand for the so-called high skill, a bias against the so-called low wage. And with technology, the low wage workers becoming invisible, you know, without having the right to collective bargaining and things like that and all, you have a big risk of low wage workers becoming invisible, despite the fact that the COVID has shown us that they are essential workers. So you have Germany, for example, that chartered planes to bring in the essential workers. Australia created policies for bringing in workers in the farm, in the agricultural sector and things like that. But the emergence of the essential worker on the global stage has not translated so far into policies to protect the rights of the emergent worker, of the essential worker. And we have not seen a movement towards that yet, in terms of, we have seen ad hoc measures here and there, but we have not seen policy measures. So when we look at the care economy and we look at the growing need that will from domestic workers to nurses and people in the care sector, when you see that expansion of the care industry, how are we looking at policies that will give them their rights and protect their rights, kind of thing, in this new economy, and particularly of domestic workers? Till now, at the global level, no multilateral institution, no government has put itself out there in front saying that domestic workers have held up households for more than a year and a half in this pandemic, at great risk to themselves. They have held up households. You know, is it not time to make that step now to ratify the convention of the ILO on domestic workers? We are in the 10th year since it was adopted, but no organization, no government has taken this step to say, recognize it for what it is. We know in social struggles, that you can only acknowledge a struggle when you recognize it by its name for what it is. And that's why, if we are not going to recognize domestic worker as work and start moving towards recognizing the standards that protect their rights, I think that's going to be a big challenge. Demography, you have pointed out, right? Demography is another big issue that we will have to look at. I was looking at the agreement between Japan and India And Japan has moved into, for the first time, recognizing that it is not a homogeneous society. For the first time, Japan has kind of opened up to other countries with this kind of special skills agreement kind of mobility. But when you look at the agreement between Japan and India, for example, it is nowhere a reflection of the bilateral agreement, the guidelines that the UN Network on Migration has come out with. So where do you talk about protection of rights of workers within that kind of a bilateral agreement? There is no, even the words access to justice is not there, kind of thing. Even the word governance of recruitment agencies is not there. It's all embedded in very ambiguous language. So I think that's going to be a very, very big problem. When you look at countries of origin, when you look at countries of origin, right now we are looking at the fact that 83% of the Filipino workers who have returned to the Philippines, it's been 3 months and they have still not been able to find jobs in the Philippines. Of course, because the pandemic has affected all. But when you think of that, when you think of they haven't found jobs, what alternatives are there? And so I think when we look at vulnerabilities and you start looking at climate as well as one of the drivers, I think we are not measuring up to the challenge in terms of protection for the vulnerabilities and the rights of migrants. We are not rising up to that. We are looking at technology and things like that. The big frame we are looking at in terms of that will drive migration, but we have still not begun to look at what it will mean for migrants themselves. So once again, migrants are the pawns in a bigger migration policy of states, as states draw up migration governance policies, but we don't see migrants being at the center of it. And I think that is what is so missing. We are not learning from this very key lesson of the pandemic, and that is essential workers. I think if we just take time to put essential workers, many of them which are migrant workers themselves, at the heart and at the center of designing a lot of these policies, I think the world will look very different 10 years from now. If we don't do that, 10 years from now, the world is going to be a world where even more inequalities prevail. So I think it's important that we start coming to the center of what is our quest, or what is by design, what do we want to do. Thank you.
Thank you, William. Thank you, William. Although I guess the migration dynamics and trends would change, but some of the most of the fundamental vulnerabilities and the discriminatory practice will continue to have effect on migrant workers. I mean, you talked about how existing inequalities and vulnerabilities have been exacerbated, but as we know, the complicated migration and recruitment process makes migrant workers, especially low-wage migrant workers, quite vulnerable. And with this COVID, with all these restrictions and new requirements, which is going to get only more, and the process will get even more complicated, this is a real concern for IOM as well, because it will further increase migrant workers' vulnerabilities. And thanks for pointing out the skills bias and technology bias. We talk a lot about technology, but we don't talk enough about, from the migrant workers' perspective, how we need to do better to protect them and prepare them better. And we really hope that the world will look a bit better in 10 years, as you said. But let's turn to the government side. Director Hernandez. Migrant workers from the Philippines, the overseas Filipino workers, are present in destination countries globally, all around the world, and in many different sectors, including healthcare work and domestic work. And especially Filipino healthcare workers around the world are true unsung heroes, and they make tremendous contributions to COVID-19 response globally. And I don't think they've gotten the recognition that they should. And many migrant workers from other countries, the overseas Filipino workers have shown remarkable resilience throughout the pandemic. But at the same time, we know that there have been challenges, and including the case that William just introduced. So with your more than a decade experience managing and being involved in various aspects of sending one of the largest migrant worker population in the world, what challenges but also opportunities do you see in future, taking into account the future drivers of migration that have been shared? Over to you.
Am I clear? Hello, good afternoon. Okay, yes. Somehow, indeed, Mr. William earlier gave the scenario that happened last Saturday. I think it's last Friday when we suspended the deployment of workers for Saudi Arabia, primarily because it is on the issue of the expenses that will be shouldered. Who will shoulder the expenses for our workers bound for Saudi Arabia, considering that the Saudi Arabia imposed a lot of health protocols for incoming migrant workers. Those are the challenges that we are currently. That is one of the challenges that we are currently being encountered here in the Philippines. The continuous repatriation of workers, and the continuous repatriation workers. If I'm not mistaken, last April, I think we already have, around more or less 700,000 workers returning to the Philippines. Those includes those who lost their jobs, those whose visa and working permits had already expired, and those who merely opted to be repatriated because of the danger of contracting the virus overseas. All of those were assisted by the government through the Overseas Workers and Welfare Administration. We do have the OWA fund, the so-called OWA fund, where it's a contribution, which made up a contribution of our OFW. But somehow in the past few months and in the past year, since onset of the pandemic, we have seen the depletion of these funds, and there's a need for us to replenish it to be able to support a lot of our workers, and that's one challenge for us. Mr. William, I would agree to Mr. William that there's a heavy borrowing on the part of the Philippines just to be able to support our overseas Filipino workers. Although we're seeing that in the next 10 years, there's still some need, there's still a demand. Of course, the next 10 years the next decade, it will be greatly influenced by the pace of the recovery from pandemic, and as well as future skill demands in the countries in the region. Although last year we had a study on this, and we see that there's still a need for skilled and professionals in the healthcare, the transport and logistics, seafaring, and technology sectors. But still, it's a big challenge for us to safeguard the welfare and the protection of our workers. Currently, for example, in the part of the field, and also there's a challenge for us to balance the needs of these opportunities versus the needs that we have here in the Philippines. Currently, the Philippines last year had put 19 positions, usually in the healthcare workers. They were put in a roster of mission critical skills and were barred from leaving the country. We issued a governing board resolution on that, and then later on it was considered, and we allowed nurses, nursing assistants, nursing associates to go out, but we had imposed a certain quota, which is 5,000. This is 5,000 deployment for which is only for 5,000 deployment for the whole year. Currently, as per POEA data, we had already deployed around more than 3,000 new healthcare workers, and we are expecting that demand will be and that quota will be fully exhausted by the end of June or July. But that's one challenge for us, balancing the needs of the local health industry and the local health sector as to the employment opportunities for our overseas Filipino workers. We also see that, of course, the need currently, one big challenge for us is attending to the needs of our overseas Filipino on site. Until now, although there are a lot of workers that are left overseas, but still they are confronted with a lot of cases, a lot of complaints on wage, non-payment of wages, the non-payment of wages, the different abuses, exploitations. Still, it's for our domestic workers, being overworked, being exploited, and the withholding of their documents. All of these things are challenges for us. We only have very few Philippine Overseas Labor Offices that could attend to their needs, and somehow GCC is still a big market. It's a big destination. The GCC is still a destination countries for Filipino overseas, and as we all know, like what Mr. William earlier discussed, the protection for low-skilled workers as well as the domestic workers is still a big problem in the GCC. That's one of the challenges that we had besetting the overseas employment program in the Philippines. Somehow we are always pushing for bilateral and multilateral agreements. We're always pushing for the protection of the workers, but somehow it's always takes two to tango. We cannot just merely impose our regulation on the destination countries and the receiving countries without risking our relationship or with the destination country, without compromising our migrant workers there. Those are the challenges that are being encountered by the Philippines right now. Of course, we are seeing that what could influence the next few years will be the processes that already started even prior to the pandemic. For the GCC is the nationalization of the workforce had already taken toll. There are several workers who lost their job because of nationalization. Of course, there's also the technological evolution and of course automation that is happening worldwide. And somehow currently the vaccine itself, the protection of our workers who will be deployed overseas is also a big challenge for us. Currently, overseas Filipino workers are classified as under A4 on the level of priority of the vaccination. But somehow, the start for the vaccination of under the A4 category will only start for this year. And with the implementation of a lot of health protocols for example, in the Middle East for the needs for the vaccine, we are facing a big problem as to the deployment of our workers. And likewise, what Mr. William had earlier pointed out, there's a need, for example, in Saudi, they do not recognize the Sinopharm and Sinovac. That is the most commonly used vaccine for our citizens. So that is a problem right now. Actually, we are negotiating. We are seeking clarifications from the Embassy of Saudi Arabia to be clarified on this, because this will be a big issue for us. This will be a big challenge for us, because if they would not be allowing workers with Sinovac vaccine, it will definitely affect the deployment of our workers. Somehow, those are the current challenges being faced by our overseas Filipino workers and by the government itself.
Thank you very much, Director Hernandez, and thank you very much for sharing the many challenges that you face as the sending country. Because not only you need to, especially under the COVID-19 situation, you need to think about the national priorities, but also the physical distance of having the migrant workers overseas. It's difficult to reach out to them. But I guess at the center is, as a sending country, there's a limit to the leverage that you could have with the destination countries, and you don't want to compromise the labor market with the policies. So definitely there is many challenges that we see. And thanks for also mentioning the vaccine, which Nilim also mentioned, and William. This is probably going to be the key issue in this year and in coming year. Not only the access, but as you discussed, the coordination and recognition of different vaccines, and that's going to be a key. So thank you very much, but let's now turn to kind of the last part of the session. Now that we've discussed the potential future labor migration trends and outlook, and how that would affect migrant workers, but also the current COVID-19, how it continues to affect migrant workers, let's discuss a bit about what needs to be done to better and prepare migrant workers for these changes when we want to maximize the benefit but minimize the risk of lower skill labor migration. And for this, we want to hear from all panelists from your different perspective. So what strategy, collaboration, and tools that will be needed for immediate future as well as longer term future of labor migration, and ensure that labor migration can truly take place in a safe, orderly, and regular way, that the migrant workers' right would be protected and respected, and all actors involved, including businesses, could benefit from the positive force of migration. And let us start with Director Hernandez. Since you've discussed the challenges, maybe you could also propose a solution and some of the efforts that the government of Philippines is doing. Over to you, Director.
Yes, ma'am. Currently, what we've seen here is that since there are shifting the landscape of overseas employment, and most of those who are affected will be the migrant workers with low skill, and the domestic, and then also the domestic worker. We could always
Director
take note.
Hernandez.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We could always take note that a large percentage of our overseas Filipino workers are in the domestic and low skill category. We
Director
see the need
Hernandez?
for. Hello, ma'am. Hello. Hello.
Okay.
Yeah, so we see the
Yes, I
need
think you're
for
back on.
upskill. Yes, ma'am. We see the need for upskilling and the reskilling of more of our overseas Filipino workers. If we need to I think for us we need to prioritize the upgrading of the skills of our workers, or looking for other skills that would somehow somehow address whatever changes in the landscape of overseas employment for the Philippines. Somehow it's a big challenge for us. Somehow also I would agree with Mr. William, what Mr. William had earlier said, that there's a need really to look into the skills. No, I think for the low skilled workers are at least not because of the skill set, but so the nature of the migration that gives that uh, uh, the nature of migration that gives. I think we need. I agree that there are a lot of overseas Filipino workers, for example, who are working as uh, household service workers, or graduate of nursing. There are teachers that should at least reconsider uh, changing, changing, uh, changing upscaling and reskilling. And also, there's a need for us really for the government, along with the destination countries, to really lobby for the protection of our workers, primarily our domestic workers and low skilled workers. Uh, we all know how big how big the welfare cases that we encounter on a day-to-day basis. We do not have that much. Uh, uh, we do not have that much personnel on site that could attend to them. So, what is needed is for us to lobby for the protection on site that will be given by our destination country. Unfortunately, still it's always been a challenge for us. We should lobby for fair wages, for decent working and living condition, especially for our workers who are in the essential services that really will be at risk with the current pandemic. Somehow, on the part of the Philippines, there's a current legislation being tackled in the Senate as to the creation of the Department of Overseas Filipinos, and this will somehow uh, somehow put all the agencies dealing with the overseas employment, overseas Filipinos, into a single department. Somehow, we're expecting that somehow it could help in it could help in addressing the challenges and addressing the difficulties that we're having on our overseas employment program. We are honestly we are proud of having so-called established the overseas employment program for the past few decades. Somehow, as with the circumstances, with the scenario right now, we even with more than 40 years of experience in overseas employment are not prepared with what happened in this pandemic. We had encountered a lot of problems before, the mass repatriation of workers in Kuwait, in Libya, in Syria, and Lebanon. But somehow this is different. This is different. So somehow there's really a need for us to rethink and to evaluate and to revise all of our programs and our policies regarding about the protection of our workers. I think there's really a need to have a revamp. Actually, to have a revamp. And somehow, I'm hopeful that with the creation of the Department of Overseas Filipinos, we could prioritize that in addressing our problems on overseas employment program. And somehow it will not just be limited to our overseas Filipino workers, but also to all overseas Filipinos overseas. This will be a bigger, it will have a wider scope. Somehow, that's how we look at it. We really need to bargain. We really need to lobby with the destination countries. Like what Mr. William earlier said, the suspension of the deployment for Saudi last Friday, but somehow it may be a drastic move on the part of the Philippines, maybe a very drastic move on the part of the Philippines. Somehow, we cannot allow a rampant violation of the rights of our workers. As reports that we had received is that these workers will be paying around 3,000 Saudi riyals or more than that, and that will be advanced by their employees, but on the agreement that this will be on the salary deduction basis. It will be again deducted from the workers. Somehow we need on the part of the Philippines, it may be drastic, but somehow this drastic moves we are compelled to do this drastic move just to be able to protect our workers. And somehow in just one day, we had an assurance on the part of the Saudi government that they would notify and they would impose this policy, that a regulation that the expenses on the COVID screening and the quarantine rule should be shouldered by their employers and should not be shouldered by the workers. Somehow we need to do those drastic things just to be able to protect our workers. And somehow I hope that this could serve also as a signal to other GCC countries, particularly GCC countries, as to these issues and concerns on the part of the overseas Filipino workers.
Thank you, Director Hernandez. And I can't agree with you more on not only the sending country's role in protecting the rights of migrant workers, but that no country was prepared for this COVID-19 pandemic. And with the 40 years experience of the Filipino government, and if your government is not ready, I don't think there would be many government that could appropriately and timely respond to this huge pandemic. And also on-site support at the destination country, that's going to continue to be important, and we look forward to hearing more about that model, and so the other countries can also learn from it. So let's quickly move to Meenakshi and William and Nilim. Maybe keep 2-3 minutes for each. Meenakshi, maybe you are engaged in research in this area, so what would be your recommendation to build back better? Over to you.
Thanks, Mia. I'll quickly highlight a few of our takeaways from the research here. So at the very start, I'd like to just reinstate that through our research, one of our key findings was that the issue of safe and responsible migration is not a domestic one, it's not a national one, but it involves regional cooperation. So it necessitates that all stakeholders come together. This means governments, this means the private sector, employment brokers, and other international agencies. That being said, our research specifically looked at the role that governments have traditionally played and can play, as well as the private sector. For governments, as Mr. William pointed out, that regional, bilateral, as well as multilateral agreements have contributed, but there's still a long way to go. But we acknowledge the role that the supportive role that governments have played in facilitating labor movements through these agreements, and legislation is important. That said, apart from legislation, governments like that of Nepal and Philippines have undertaken some more actions, like setting up migration offices in destination countries, which promotes migration issues domestically as well as regionally. The other issue is that of recruitment governance. So there is a need to improve recruitment governance. This mainly relies on increasing transparency and increasing awareness of migration issues. So migrants are aware, and there is better recruitment governance overall. What can the governments do for this? The governments should also should license and monitor recruitment agencies. The other issue is that of high recruitment fees. Countries such as Thailand have introduced zero recruitment fee system. Countries like Cambodia are already encouraging their recruitment agencies to move towards a reduction in recruitment fee and move towards a zero fee model. So that is an important step that the governments could take. And finally, about businesses and the role that private sector can play. From a research perspective, we do not have enough data to confirm that the role that businesses have played in bettering migration issues or improving outcomes for migrants. But we've relied on a few case studies which helped us in understanding that MNCs have become more aware of labor laws, and they are now more observant of local labor governance, both directly and in their supply chain. So that's a welcome move, and we expect to see more of such awareness in the private sector. One of the case studies that I'd like to highlight here is that of Unilever UNICEF initiative, which basically combats stigma against migrant workers returning home during this pandemic, which lends this humane attitude towards migrants, which we need to see more of. So to sum up, I would just like to say that it calls upon for regional cooperation, and that is what has been indicated time and again in our research. Thank you. Over to you, Mia.
Thank you, Meenakshi. And let's now turn to William. Based on your direct experience with migrant workers, I'm sure you have many advice, but maybe top 2 practical advice that you want to give to governments and businesses. Over to you.
Well, thanks, Mia. And well, 3 points related. One is we have global mobility of labor, but we don't have global governance of labor. And I think it's time that we started looking at models that are out there, like the International Maritime Organization, for example, which looks at seafarers and standards within seafarers kind of thing. And around that kind of a design, we can look at even WTO and India, for example, when the HB1 visas in the US during the Trump regime, when the cost of it was increased, India took the US to the WTO to settle the issue. So India actually filed a case in the WTO because of this increase in the cost. This is something we definitely have to look at, somewhere of a global governance that has a justice mechanism within that. And I think technology has allowed that. We have seen today, and for example, UAE and some other countries have now introduced e-trials and e-courts. Why can't we introduce that for migrant workers? Why can't we have transnational justice mechanisms for migrant workers? I think this will be one way of addressing this whole abuse and exploitation of migrant workers. The challenge with migrant workers is the power that they have against businesses, against employers, against the state is very limited, very limited. Also complicated because of the drivers that compel them to move. So we can have transnational justice mechanisms designed along a global governance mechanism, and this could be within the ILO or within the IOM, or as a combination of both, a department set up by both of them. This would be a fantastic move to change the power imbalance between migrant workers. I think if we can look at that, that would be fantastic.
And thank you for the transnational justice for migrant workers. I know you have the Justice for Wage Theft campaign going on, and I encourage everyone who's listening in to find more about this campaign. It's quite impressive, and we need to have more agencies and people involved. So last but not least, ILO, Nilam. You know, ILO has been leading on discussion of future work, and so what's your expert opinion on this? Over to you.
Thank you, Mia. As we don't have very much time, I'll be very brief. There are three broad areas. First is admission policies and recruitment. Second, the protection of all migrant workers. And third, skills. I think in the time available, let me just speak mainly about protection of migrant workers, taking into account the lessons of the pandemic. In terms of future work, we need to protect all migrant workers, that is, including all workers who will be engaged in digital platforms. So it's important to look at the digital labor platforms, the measurement of work there, and the protection of workers within those platforms. Now, if we look at the pandemic, what the bedrock of ILO standards, labor standards, is that nationals and migrants should be treated the same in employment and working conditions. Now, where were they not treated the same during the pandemic? And it was quite critical. It was social protection, access to unemployment insurance, access to income support, wages. There was no equal treatment. And it is very important to have equal treatment of migrants and nationals in employment and working conditions, including social protection. Next, what did we see where a big gap came out, especially in our region, in Singapore, in Thailand, in Malaysia, was workers' housing and accommodation. We need to put attention to, first of all, setting proper standards in terms of housing and accommodation, and then implementing and enforcing that. Lastly, as William mentioned, recognize domestic work as work and include domestic work in the labor protections. During the pandemic, domestic workers in countries where they live in the house of the employers, when they lost their jobs, they were literally on the streets. And we have to give attention to domestic work and give them the same protections as other workers. In terms of the care economy, there's a need to invest in the care economy, in training. It's not just that the care work will be done by migrant workers. There has to be an investment in systems. And lastly, let me say something about admission policies and recruitment, because it pertains quite a lot to employers. I mean, employers drive labor migration in the sense that they are recruiting and employing migrant workers. And they usually like to employ workers easily in a facilitated way. And so it should be facilitated where there is a labor shortage, skills shortage. But governments also have a responsibility to protect jobs for the nationals. So they have to make a judgment. And there are various options to respond to employer requests for employer requests for migrant workers, and that this area of admission policy is also can be quite complex. It's related to good labor market information, taking into account productivity and impact of productivity. So this is an area that will require attention as well. Thank you.
Not only those general points, but very specific points on the recruitment, admission, and social policy, and especially the care work. And in the future, that sector is probably going to be more prominent. So thank you for pointing it out. And equal treatment, I think that's at the core of all the challenges or discriminations and or the discussions that we had today. So I think for us, but I do want to say one thing is that, we talk about different needing the global governance and all that. But I'd like to remind ourselves that in 2018, the governments around the world adopted this UN's Global Compact on safe, orderly, and regular migration. And with its 23 objective, it does provide us with a comprehensive framework that cover most, if not all, the areas that we discussed today. So we already have this general framework and direction to work with, and thus it's a matter of commitment from the government, but also all the actors involved to the GCM principles and meaningful implementation of GCM in their countries. And of course, the importance of more efforts and closer international collaboration from the states and private sector would be essential. So we only have 5 minutes. I don't think I've done a very good job as a moderator with timekeeping, but I've read through some of the questions and I think many of them were already answered in the discussion. But there's one that I would ask William, and so one question would go to William, is about what's happening in some of the destination countries with the COVID-19, with xenophobia and discrimination and racism, and it's mostly to Asian. So with all these attitudes changing in some of these host countries, do you see public perception toward migrant workers influencing migration trends? If so, how and what can be done? Maybe 3 minutes?
I look at the countries of destination largely for Asian migrant workers in the Gulf. And while we have seen this, I will say this, that I think part of the reason is what Nilim has said, is that the prior kind of situation of migrant workers, accommodations, cluster accommodations, poor accommodations, and things like that, together with the insecurities that of people losing jobs and the economy slowing down and all, naturally the populations went to, as usual, the scapegoat, that is the migrant worker. I think governments or countries of destination need to do a better job. They need to do a better job in trying to show that migration has been part of their design for development. Migration has been part of their design for growth as well. So while we'll see, while it is something that has grown in this time of the pandemic, and there is, if it is not in some way, we don't go to the facts, if we don't start deconstructing this discourse, if we don't move into trying to unmask this discourse, I think we will find ourselves in a place where this becomes this will do more harm than good to the migration discourse. And I think the sooner countries of destination make an attempt, which is not yet there, countries of destination make an attempt to bring out how migrants have contributed and in many cases held up their societies in the time of the pandemic. I think that message is not being told often enough. And I think this is something we will have to deal with, especially because we had already seen a global segmentation of labor, and now you're going to see this even more with economies trying to recover. And like, for example, in the Gulf countries, they're talking of localization of jobs. Bahrain has said those who have not returned, locals can take their jobs and things like that. There's a lot of this happening, but there's not much of how to unmask this, how to deconstruct this. There's not enough of that happening among states and among among businesses and the private sector.
Thank you, William. The role of destination countries is so important, but we mostly, when we talk about labor migration, especially, we talk a lot about the sending countries, but destination countries have a lot of responsibility, and they benefit greatly from the migrant workers. So they not only responsibility, they're accountable to conduct, to make sure that the migrant workers in their countries can have a positive outlook. I think we have only 1 minute, but I do want to ask this one more question on the future of migration in terms of gender, because I don't think we had a gender aspect. So maybe if I could ask Nilim to give like 1 minute on how the gender aspect would play in the future of migration, labor migration, that would be great.
Thank you, Mia. So if we are talking about skills, and we know that in the future of work, that there needs to be reskilling, upskilling. People will have probably more than one job in their life. So keeping this in mind, we must have opportunities for training and skills development for women, which is outside the traditional occupations. So there must be access to women in the labor migration process to the better paid jobs, the skilled jobs, and they should be given the opportunity to avail of that. Keeping at the same time, we have to keep in mind that work that women currently do in domestic work and other sectors is often not well protected, and those occupations, those sectors will be should be come under the protection of the labor law. And as researchers, as policymakers, or as NGO workers, we have to keep in mind that labor migration is not the same for men and women. There is a differentiated impact, and this is always important to keep in mind.
Yes, thank you, Nilim. Yes, there's a gender aspect, and for current migration as well as future migration, women are more vulnerable in many of the sectors, but also it's important that women have the equal opportunity as men for better wage jobs and better protected jobs. So unfortunately, it's time to close. We apologize because there's some technical difficulties, and we've not been able to provide too many answers to your questions, but I hope that you still found our discussion today useful and interesting. I certainly found it thought-provoking and personally learned a lot. So I really want to thank all the panelists. It's been a privilege to moderate this session, and I hope everyone who tuned in found it interesting and useful. And I want to thank the organizer and also our excellent IOM CREST team for all their support and coordination. So thank you very much. And everyone, please be safe wherever you are, and please be vaccinated, get vaccination if there's an opportunity. Thank you very much. Bye.
Thanks all. Thanks all. Bye.